A very good morning to all of you. So it's an honor to welcome you all to this significant gathering of the National Workshop on Strengthening the Geospatial Ecosystem. On the behalf of the host organization, Survey of India, I, Dr. Shivangi Songvanshi, would like to extend a very warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you to this distinguished and the august gathering. So as we embark on this important journey together, over the course of this workshop, which aims to bring together all the policymakers, experts, and the industry leaders in driving forward India's geospatial sector in alignment with the National Geospatial Policy. The objective of this workshop is all about how we can bring all the stakeholders together of the geospatial sector of India in alignment with the NGBs. So we are starting this workshop with a ceremonial opening and inaugural session, and I am privileged to invite all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais. I would like to invite Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Government of India. Professor Abhay Karindikar, Vice Surveyor General Shri Hitesh Kumar Makhwana ji, to please present the token of welcome to Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Secretary, DOLR. Thank you. I would like to request Surveyor General of India to please present the token of welcome to Professor Abhay Karindikar, Secretary, DST. So I would request Sir to please present the token of welcome to Chairman GDPDC, Shri Shrikant Shastri. I would like to invite Shri P.V. Rajashekhar Sir, Additional Surveyor General, Survey of India, to please present the token of welcome to Shri Hitesh Kumar Makhwana ji, Surveyor General of India. Thank you. So we move forward with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, for which I would like to invite all the dignitaries to please proceed to light the lamp to make the formal start of the proceeding. Thank you so much. So as we all know that geospatial technology have become a cornerstone of the modern development. It is vital for almost everything: urban planning, disaster management, environmental monitoring, or even at the national security. So in today's rapidly evolving world, a strong geospatial ecosystem at national level has the potential to drive innovations and also sustainable solutions for most of the current as well as the future challenges. So considering the same, this workshop was conceptualized, and as I can see around, most of the great brains have gathered here to learn, to share, to collaborate, and also probably to wrestle with some of the difficult concepts. So let's officially kick off the proceeding, and I would like to welcome Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana ji, Surveyor General of India, to please enlighten us with his welcome address. Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana ji is an Indian Administrative Service official of the Tamil Nadu cadre of 1995 batch. Under his leadership, India's National Geospatial and Mapping Agency, that is Survey of India, is making a huge stride on a global scale. His vision and guidance are instrumental in positioning India as the leader in the field of national and international mapping initiatives. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Respected Secretary of Department and Science Technology, Professor Abhay Karandikar ji, respected Secretary of Department of Land Records, Sri Manoj Joshi ji, respected Chairman of Geospatial Data Development and Promotion Committee, Sri Srikant Sastri ji, delegates from various state governments, industries, and central ministries. First of all, I would like to convey very warm good morning to all of you. It is indeed a momentous occasion for Survey of India to host a national workshop on strengthening of geospatial ecosystem in our country. I am honored to welcome all of you on behalf of Survey of India. As we all know, the geospatial sector has a massive potential in a large country like India. However, what was holding growth back was an archaic framework of rules dating back to the 19th century and 20th century. But in 21st century, government has made lot of policy changes so that this geospatial data can be used for overall growth of our country. As we know that India is emerging as the fastest growing major economy in the world, and it is expected to be one of the top 3 economic powers in the world over next decade. As we know that in 21st century, government came up with many policy reforms in this geospatial sector, and the most important policy initiative was promotion of the geospatial guidelines of 2021, which brought about the much awaited liberalization of the restricted sector. It was immediately followed by National Geospatial Policy, and this policy has defined 14 fundamental themes which are recognized by the UNGGIM, that is the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management, considered fundamental to development of a country's integrated geospatial information infrastructure and supporting the sustainable development goals. In this policy, there is a responsibilities has been also assigned to various ministries. What is their responsibility in this geospatial field? Today we are meeting to further fine-tune our understanding about this National Geospatial Policy and how we all together further improve our understanding of the vision of NGP and actively take role in creating Geo-enabled Bharat. As we know that geospatial data is not just a tool for growth. It is an instrument of empowerment. India is a federal government, and in this federal government, apart from central ministries, there is a role of state governments also. And for development of those fundamental themes, when central ministries are also taking a lot of efforts, same time, there is a sorry, I am extremely sorry for India being a federal state, there is a role of the state government, and all state government representatives are also here, and we are looking forward for active participation of all state government representatives during course of this workshop. Today's conference we are organizing for promoting the integration of geospatial data into decision-making processes across various sectors to foster collaboration among various government agencies. Today's workshop, we have 4 different sessions, and all these 4 sessions, the fundamental underlining message is that how state government and central government jointly they can strengthen the geospatial ecosystem in our country. We have also capacity building related session is also there. We have session related to CORS network and implementation, why there is difficulties in using the CORS network. We have also a session related to Operation Dronagiri. That means if we want to make all the data available in one platform, what are the issues and how it can be achieved. Our main purpose of this workshop is how we should work together, reduce the duplication of various activities done by many departments, and how to have a cross-collaborative and co-finance this initiative. Avenues of collaborative funding should be sought out in the larger interest of the nation, and we need to focus on creating maximum synergy and move from a regime of profligacy to a regime of sustainability. I once again welcome you all in this national workshop, and I am also hoping for the very fruitful and fruitful discussion. As we know that the Survey of India, hitherto, was a little bit close organization, but we are now reaching out to states and we are reaching out to all the central ministries for strengthening of geospatial ecosystem in our country. Today, we have private sector participation also in a very big way. This shows that how much buzz has been created in this geospatial sector in our country. I once again welcome all of you and looking forward for a very useful and fruitful discussion. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring welcome address. Your words have set a very strong foundation for this workshop moving forward. Now I would like to call upon Shri Shrikant Shastriji, Chairperson GDPDC, to address the distinguished gathering. Shri Shrikant Shastriji is an expert strategist on digital transformation, innovation, incubation, entrepreneurship, and intrapreneurship. He is an experienced startup mentor, angel investor, and a champion for innovation. So he is an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and IIM Calcutta. And as chairperson GDPDC, currently he is playing a lead role towards the implementation of NGP. So it's all yours, sir.
Thank you. Do I need this?
Good morning, everyone. Warm welcome. and congratulations to Survey of India for such a well-planned national workshop to strengthen the geospatial ecosystem. I want to start with a story that was narrated to me by a close friend who used to be in the civil services. And about 2 decades ago, he took a 2-year sabbatical to go and do an MBA at MIT in the US. And because when he went to MIT, because he was from the civil services, one of the projects he was asked to work on by his professor was to create a certain developmental proposal for India. And for that, he required a topographical map of India. So he wrote to Survey of India, this was about 2 decades ago, followed up several times. 2 months later, he gave up because the deadline was approaching for completing his project. So what he did was he went to the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, and they readily gave him the map that he wanted, for which he had been waiting for 2 months. From then to now, we've come a long way. Just last week, the Geospatial Data Interface was launched, which has 255 data sets already, including the maps of Survey of India. So we've clearly come a long distance, and all that is thanks to the National Geospatial Policy 2022. So the geospatial policy lays out a very, very ambitious vision, but that also means that the tasks ahead of us are fairly daunting in terms of their magnitude. On the one hand, it says we want to be the world geospatial leader, and 2022 global report. We have to ensure that it is not just technology for the sake of technology. It has to be technology that helps us in the social and economic development of the country. So clearly, it's a daunting task. At the same time, it is multifaceted. You're building a technology platform, you're bringing all the data together, you're creating data standards, you're building applications to ensure that farmers benefit, youth benefit, the economy benefits. So it's multifaceted. It's also multi-stakeholders. If you look at the policy, there are 14 fundamental themes and 4 other themes. And to do those, responsibility has been assigned to as many as 19 government ministries and agencies, including DST and SOI. So look at the number of stakeholders who are required to come together to make this policy a reality. Then there is the role of private sector and startups. They are supposed to bring in a lot of innovation by using geospatial data. And the gold standard, unfortunately, has already been set for us by UPI, where the kind of transformation it has created with private sector and startups creating financial applications on it. So that is the bar that has been already set for us, and we have to exceed that. All this is true of Department Panchayati Raj Ministry. When I met Alok Prem Nagar, he came forward with many, many ideas to you, and I can go on and on and on about NRSC, state space application centers, and of course, private sector, the Association of Geospatial Industries, and a large media house like Geospatial World. All of them have been very, very helpful, and I can see that the ecosystem has already started building, and today's workshop will be a culmination of that. So last week, as a result of all these collaborative efforts, we were able to launch what all of you may have heard of, Operation Dronagiri, in 5 districts, and now the collaboration with states becomes important, because implementation will happen at the states and this is where the action will be. Central government and state government agencies are all here for the workshop, so we're hoping that this perfect timing ensures that this workshop, 4 wonderfully curated sessions, diverse set of participants representing all stakeholders. I'm sure that when we leave at the end of the day, we'll all be full.
By a large number of people, leading to lack of clarity as to who owns which land. In the record of rights, everyone has a clarity how much land each one is owning, but which is that land on the ground is a challenge, I think, as we are very happy to state that and find that individuals in India, most of the assets more than 90% of assets are held in land and property. So even including, I think, all of us sitting here, we have some equity in stock market, but predominantly whatever each one of us is owning is in terms of a house or a land somewhere. And their security is extremely important. So it's a sector which is driving Indian economy in large ways. It's just an asset. Land is just an asset, but large number of people are using that asset to buy another asset, or using that asset to fund their children's education, to fund their medical expenses, to go abroad. So the land assets are very, very important, and we need to improve the quality of land records. And thankfully, in last few years, the technology has leapfrogged and making our task very, very easy. But despite our ability to photograph every piece of land with lat long, the further work is a complicated work. And that's where I think the more private sector, so it's the private sector to do what government was traditionally doing, survey of the land, knowing who owns which land, which parcel, demarcating. Now that is, some states have successfully used private sector in that. I think the more we use private sector in that, with some supervision from the government, some cross-checking, some system of appeals, the better, the faster we can make the land records up to date in this country. Now, there is a lot of challenge for private sector. We are using in Naksha program also private sector, and we'll keep using private sector. So hope we'll move faster. With lat long, photograph along with elevation of everything in the country is now available. But how do you use it? Whether for urban areas, for property tax valuation, with less and less manual intervention, for urban planning, the usage side is yet to develop fully. So we know how to use it theoretically, but we don't have platforms, we don't have softwares, we don't have agencies who would do that. Some agencies can't do that. How do we procure them? How do we standardize procurement process or the scope of work? That is a challenge which I find in the large part of geospatial policy I don't understand, far more complicated. But whichever part I understand, which I see we can use it for benefit of government and people, they are also using whatever is available is a challenge. So I would request Professor Dr. Shastri also and other people in helping us in how do we facilitate the state governments and cities and rural areas, agencies in developing use case, and in a large way, easy way, whatever is available in lat long and photograph, how do we use it? Whether for urban planning, property tax, land records, in a faster way. Because that would form the base of whatever further we want to do, the private sector wants to do, develop further apps and usages, but we need a base work to take place on that. And that I think is the biggest challenge for us, and let's work together. I hope the way we have moved in the last few years, next few years should be very interesting and very challenging and very profitable for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Joshi, for stressing the significance of government-private partnership, some of the associated challenges, and how Naksha, for instance, is stakeholders to bridge these gaps. We will next be hearing from Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. An educator, engineer, innovator, and administrator, Professor Karandikar joined DST in October 2023 as its secretary. Prior to that, he served as Director IIT Kanpur for over 6 years and Dean Faculty Affairs and Head of Electrical Engineering Department at IIT Bombay.
And we expect all of you to make the best and maximum use of the CORS services, which is actually important to generate accurately the georeference data. And I really urge here the state government agencies and other agencies to strengthen this entire CORS networks, because when you start using it and then give the feedback to improve, the Survey of India will be able to improve the entire presentation of the data and also the issues which are related to the accessibility in the form of portal. The other aspect has been the effective dissemination of the geospatial data to the users, and I think the GDPDC chairman already mentioned that in this direction we have launched the pilot program of Operation Dronagri, which is focusing on creating an integrated geospatial data interface. We expect that this unified geospatial interface will lay the foundation of creating, make it easy for the private sector to use the data, but also to share their data in an integrated way, and that way, we can create the National Geospatial Data Registry to provide the efficient access to both the foundational and sectoral geospatial data. We are now making a beginning in the form of Operation Dronagri as a pilot in few districts and in few sectors. But I really urge all of you to provide your feedback to see how then it can be scaled in a nationwide framework. In this workshop today, I believe that we have the representatives from the state government also. I would really like this workshop to be more interactive and not just restricted to the panelists which are going to be there in this panel. And we believe that we have very important areas to cover, including, as all of you know, that the National Geospatial Policy also envisions redefining the National Geodetic Reference Frame also, which is actually very, very important in terms of the geospatial data. The Department of Science and Technology, through the National Geospatial Program, has also undertaken many initiatives to promote the R&D and innovation in emerging areas of geospatial science and technology. We will also be creating a framework for providing funding to the startups which are creating innovative solutions in these areas. We have our other national mission on cyber physical system, a technology innovation hub that is operating at IIT Tirupati in the area of geospatial sector, and through that hub, we expect to rope in the startups and academia to enhance the research, development, and innovation in the overall sectors of the geospatial. Finally, I should say that the National Geospatial Policy will be successful if we collectively participate together in realizing the full promise of the policy. Today's workshop is a step in that direction for providing a framework and platform for bringing together all of you, and I hope that it will not remain restricted only to today's deliberation, but you will carry forward, in the coming years to come, the collaborative and the cooperative efforts to realize the full potential that is offered in the geospatial sectors. Finally, I would like to once again congratulate the Surveyor General of India and his entire team for putting together this workshop. And I'm confident that with everyone's active participation, the workshop will be a great success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insights on a policy-led transformation of the geospatial sector. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end of today's inaugural session. Please join us in extending a warm gratitude to our esteemed inaugural speakers who have graced this occasion with their presence, insights, and expertise. May I request Sri P.V. Rajashekhar, Additional Surveyor General, to felicitate Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Sri Manoj Joshi, with a token of gratitude. I request Shri R.K. Meena, Additional Surveyor General, to kindly felicitate Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. May I request Shri S.K. Sinha, Additional Surveyor General, to felicitate Shri Shrikant Shastri, Chairman, GDPDC. May I now request Shri U.N. Mishra, Additional Surveyor General, to felicitate Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana, Surveyor General of India. Thank you. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to please join us for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we now conclude the inaugural session, and it is time to move the proceedings to the ensuing sessions of today's workshop at the same venue after a brief break. May I request the gathering to now proceed for high tea, and let us reconvene at 11:45 a.m. Thank you.
हाँ लेके आ रहे आ जाओ तीन फोल्डर लेके आओ तीन
In December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface (GDI) is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
Profitable and sustainable farming is within your reach. You can leverage agriculture technologies to transform planting, cultivation, and harvest data at scale, in real time, to bring speed, automation, and profitability to agriculture and forestry operations, sustainably with improved yields and fewer inputs. You can get it right. With Hexagon's sensors, software, and autonomous technologies, you can create real-world systems in the digital world. Smart digital realities that are at the core of every solution we provide. Smart digital realities are the most dynamic and powerful use of data in history, freeing farm and forest operators from the constraints of knowledge, time, and distance, empowering real-time insights for predictability throughout agricultural operations, from successful planning to harvesting, a smarter approach to decision-making across the agricultural life cycle, even in the face of uncertainty and change, visibility, control, speed, and agility. The smart digital reality continuously and autonomously uncovers insights hidden in the abundant yet under-leveraged trove of agriculture data, enabling real-time analysis and visualizations of resources, time horizons, and workflows. Making precision farming more accurate and reliable through integrated field-ready positioning technologies, autonomously adjusting cultivation and harvest for optimal yield with minimal inputs. Hexagon puts data's infinite potential to work.
check, check, 1, T, check, 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 1, 1, 1. Check, 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 1, T, और उठाओ, check, check, 1, 1, 1, check, check, 1, 1, check, 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 1, 1, check, 1, T, test, 1, 1, check, check, 1, 1, check, 1, T. बूम आ रहा है। Check, 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 1, 1, check, check. Eyes are eyes. Check. Check, 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 1, 1, T, check, check, 1, 1, check. थोड़ा कम करो, मिड में से आ रही है, मिड आ रही है इधर। राइट, फीडबैक आ रहा है मिड का। चेक, चेक।
भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग भारत सरकार का सबसे पुराना वैज्ञानिक विभाग है। देश की प्रधान सर्वेक्षण तथा मानचित्रण एजेंसी के रूप में भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग 19वीं शताब्दी से नेशनल स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम का निर्माण एवं अनुरक्षण कर रहा है, जो कि पूरे राष्ट्र में मानक सर्वेक्षण चित्रण के लिए बुनियादी ढांचा प्रदान करता है। भारत सरकार द्वारा वर्ष 2022 में जारी राष्ट्रीय भूस्थानिक नीति के अंतर्गत दिए वर्ष 2025 तक के लक्ष्य प्राप्ति हेतु भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग देश भर में कंटिन्यूअसली ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस स्टेशन CORS का एक विस्तृत नेटवर्क तैयार कर रहा है, जो कि नेशनल स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम के उपयोग तथा फायदों को भारत के समस्त नागरिकों तथा शिक्षण एवं व्यावसायिक संस्थानों को सुलभ करवाने में सक्षम होगा। CORS स्थायी रूप से स्थापित रेफरेंस स्टेशनों का एक नेटवर्क है जो उच्च परिशुद्धता श्रेणी के GNSS उपकरणों से लैस है। ये स्टेशन सभी उपलब्ध GNSS उपग्रहों का अनवरत डेटा एकत्र करते हैं और देश के लिए अच्छी तरह से निर्दिष्ट, स्थिर, अत्यधिक सटीक और आसानी से सुलभ स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम बनाते हैं। CORS स्टेशन रियल टाइम किनेमेटिक स्पेस स्टेशनों के रूप में भी कार्य करते हैं, जो इंटरनेट के माध्यम से संशोधन प्रसारित कर GNSS उपकरणों की वास्तविक समय स्थिति की सटीकता को बढ़ाते हैं। इसलिए इस प्रौद्योगिकी के महत्व और उपयोगिता को देखते हुए भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग ने पूरे देश में 1000 से अधिक CORS स्टेशन स्थापित किए हैं, जो वर्ष के 365 दिन लगातार कार्य करने में सक्षम हैं। व्यावसायिक सर्वेक्षण और मानचित्रण संस्थान CORS नेटवर्क द्वारा प्रसारित संशोधन सेवाओं की सदस्यता लेकर मानचित्र तथा सर्वेक्षण कार्य में लगने वाले संसाधनों, श्रम शक्ति तथा लागत में काफी कमी ला सकते हैं, जिससे उनकी उत्पादकता में भारी वृद्धि होगी। CORS स्टेशनों द्वारा एकत्रित GNSS डेटा लगातार केंद्रीय सर्वर में भेजा जाता है, जहां से उपभोक्ता इस एकत्रित डेटा को पोस्ट प्रोसेसिंग इत्यादि कार्यों हेतु इंटरनेट के माध्यम से डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। इस डेटा का उपयोग सटीक जियोडेटिक निर्देशांक के निर्धारण के अतिरिक्त विभिन्न प्रकार के वैज्ञानिक अध्ययनों जैसे कि आयनोस्फेरिक और ट्रोपोस्फेरिक मॉडलिंग, भूकंप तथा भूगर्भ संबंधी अध्ययनों, समुद्र के स्तर में वृद्धि, जलवायु परिवर्तन और मौसम संबंधी अध्ययन आदि में भी होगा। CORS डेटा और संशोधन सेवाएं मुक्त और सार्वजनिक प्रोटोकॉल में प्रसारित किए जाते हैं, जिससे वे अधिक सुलभ और उपयोग में आसान हो जाते हैं। देशव्यापी CORS नेटवर्क विभिन्न विकास कार्यों जैसे भूमि बंदोबस्त, भूमि उपयोग निर्धारण, स्मार्ट सिटी, सड़क और रेल नेटवर्क और अन्य बुनियादी ढांचागत परियोजनाएं जैसे गैस, पानी, बिजली, संचार, रसद आदि हेतु भौगोलिक डेटा के संग्रहण, भंडारण तथा प्रसंस्करण हेतु एकल मानक उपलब्ध कराएगा। ये विभिन्न संगठनों और एजेंसियों द्वारा बनाए गए भूस्थानिक डेटा में संगतता, समरूपता और सादृश्यता सुनिश्चित करेगा, जिससे इन संस्थाओं के बीच साझाकरण तथा सहयोग बढ़ेगा, दोहराव कम होगा तथा देश के संसाधनों का बेहतर तरीके से उपयोग हो सकेगा।
Our job is our life's work. Work that is concentrated in helping you and enabling our customers to do their life's work better. From transporting supplies to planting and harvesting crops, mapping the world around us, managing water and natural resources, building and maintaining infrastructure. Trimble fuels a better way to work. Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
The Singapore Satellite Positioning Reference Network, or SIRENT for short, is Singapore's global navigation infrastructure network of 10 stations, established and maintained by SLA since 2006. Researchers from Nanyang Technological University's Earth Observatory of Singapore use these reference stations, located in coastal areas, to monitor rising sea levels.
The SIRENT stations help us monitor both land subsidence and rising sea levels. We use direct signals from satellites to track how the land moves up and down. Additionally, satellite signals can be reflected off the sea surface.
So you keep that thing.
TK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of countries' resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within these. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
Profitable and sustainable farming is within your reach. You can leverage agriculture technologies to transform planting, cultivation, and harvest data at scale, in real time, to bring speed, automation, and profitability to agriculture and forestry operations, sustainably with improved yields and fewer inputs. You can get it right. With Hexagon's sensor, software, and autonomous technologies, you can create real-world systems in the digital world. Smart digital realities that are at the core of every solution we provide. Smart digital realities are the most dynamic and powerful use of data in history, freeing farm and forest operators from the constraints of knowledge, time, and distance, empowering real-time insights for predictability throughout agricultural operations. From successful planning to harvesting, a smarter approach to decision-making across the agricultural life cycle, even in the face of uncertainty and change, visibility, control, speed, and agility. The smart digital reality continuously and autonomously uncovers insights hidden in the abundant yet under-leveraged trove of agriculture data, enabling real-time analysis and visualizations of resources, time horizons, and workflows. Making precision farming more accurate and reliable through integrated field-ready positioning technologies, autonomously adjusting cultivation and harvest for optimal yield with minimal inputs. Hexagon puts data's infinite potential to work.
भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग भारत सरकार का सबसे पुराना वैज्ञानिक विभाग है। देश की प्रधान सर्वेक्षण तथा मानचित्रण एजेंसी के रूप में भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग 19वीं शताब्दी से नेशनल स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम का निर्माण एवं अनुरक्षण कर रहा है, जो कि पूरे राष्ट्र में मानक सर्वेक्षण एवं मानचित्रण के लिए बुनियादी ढांचा प्रदान करता है। भारत सरकार द्वारा वर्ष 2022 में जारी राष्ट्रीय भूस्थानिक नीति के अंतर्गत दिए वर्ष 2025 तक के लक्ष्य प्राप्ति हेतु भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग देश भर में कंटिन्यूअसली ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस स्टेशन CORS का एक विस्तृत नेटवर्क तैयार कर रहा है, जो कि नेशनल स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम के उपयोग तथा फायदों को भारत के समस्त नागरिकों तथा शिक्षण एवं व्यावसायिक संस्थानों को सुलभ करवाने में सक्षम होगा। CORS स्थायी रूप से स्थापित रेफरेंस स्टेशनों का एक नेटवर्क है जो उच्च परिशुद्धता श्रेणी के GNSS उपकरणों से लैस है। ये स्टेशन सभी उपलब्ध GNSS उपग्रहों का अनवरत डेटा एकत्र करते हैं और देश के लिए अच्छी तरह से निर्दिष्ट, स्थिर, अत्यधिक सटीक और आसानी से सुलभ स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम बनाते हैं। CORS स्टेशन रियल टाइम किनेमेटिक्स बेस्ड स्टेशनों के रूप में भी कार्य करते हैं, जो इंटरनेट के माध्यम से संशोधन प्रसारित कर GNSS उपकरणों की वास्तविक समय स्थिति की सटीकता को बढ़ाते हैं। इसलिए इस प्रौद्योगिकी के महत्व और उपयोगिता को देखते हुए भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग ने पूरे देश में 1000 से अधिक CORS स्टेशन स्थापित किए हैं, जो वर्ष के 365 दिन लगातार कार्य करने में सक्षम हैं। व्यावसायिक सर्वेक्षण और मानचित्रण संस्थान CORS नेटवर्क द्वारा प्रसारित संशोधन सेवाओं की सदस्यता लेकर मानचित्र तथा सर्वेक्षण कार्य में लगने वाले संसाधनों, श्रम शक्ति तथा लागत में काफी कमी ला सकते हैं, जिससे उनकी उत्पादकता में भारी वृद्धि होगी। CORS स्टेशन
Welcome back. Request you all to please take the seat. We are positioned to start our first session of this workshop. Okay. So I welcome you back after a short tea break, and we are all now positioned to start our first session entitled Central Ministry State Government Perspective for Implementation of National Geospatial Policy, which is a very important and timely topic in context of the strengthening India's geospatial ecosystem. As you all know, that National Geospatial Policy 2022 was notified by Government of India in December 2022, outlining the clear roadmap by Government of India to enhance the geospatial sector, drive national development, and foster economic growth. And one of the key focus of NGP 2022 was towards the collaborative approach that integrates efforts from both the central ministries and the state government. So today, in this session, our esteemed panelists will bring forward the aspects. What are the progress in the implementation of NGP, the importance of intergovernmental collaboration, and how these collective efforts of intergovernmental collaborations are leading towards the development of India as a leader in the geospatial sector. So without any further ado, let me introduce the chair and the esteemed panelists, and would like to invite them to bring their perspective on the dais. The chair of the session is Shri Shrikant Shastri, Chairperson GDPDC. Request you to please come up on the dais. The panelists of the session are Shri Alok Prem Nagarji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Government of India. Shri Kunal Satyarthi ji, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Government of India. Shri Vinay Thakur, Additional Director General, Bhaskacharya National Institute for Space Application and Geoinformatics. Shri S.K. Sinha, Additional Surveyor General, Survey of India. Dr. Kaustav Nag, Additional Director General, Directorate of Hydrocarbons, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. And Dr. Pramod Kumar Singh, Deputy Director General, Geological Survey of India, Kolkata. So now we are all set for a very interesting dialogue for the next 1 hour, 15 minutes. And I would like to hand it over to the chair of the session to please take the discussion ahead.
Good morning and welcome back. So at the panel, we decided that there would be no slide presentations. We want to keep this as vibrant and interactive as possible. So that's the format. What we'll do is we'll have each panelist provide opening remarks for 5 minutes to provide their perspective on the topic, after which we'll get into a discussion mode. We'll try and involve the audience also to the extent possible in the discussion so that it's totally interactive. So building on the morning session where we spoke about the fact that the National Geospatial Policy really provides for democratization of geospatial data, making it available to everyone, and that is at the heart of the liberalization of the sector. The hope is that it will unleash creative energies of the private sector and the startup sector, and that will lead to national development. But the policy cannot just remain on paper. It has to be implemented on the ground. And almost all the implementation will be in the states and supported by central ministries. And that's where the role of both the central and the state government comes in. And as I mentioned in my morning talk, the early indicators are very good in terms of the way that collaboration is happening. I'll just give 2 examples. One of our 5 Dronagiri locations is Varanasi, and we found ready cooperation from the Varanasi district administration. Similarly, Assam, where Kamrup is one of the districts, when Survey General sent a letter to the Chief Secretary of Assam, they assigned a nodal officer almost immediately to help us with Operation Dronagiri. Now, to ensure that there is 100% such smooth collaboration across the board, we need a robust and frank discussion today so that we know what is the best way to make this collaboration possible. And we have some excellent panelists who will each provide opening remarks for 5 minutes, after which we put down a set of discussion points which should be flashed on the screen. Some of the panelists will provide their responses, but we'll invite the audience also to contribute. Without any further delay, I'm going to invite Shri Kunal Satyarthi ji for his opening remarks on this topic.
So thanks to the chair of the session, thanks to Survey General of India and its team, thanks for the giving me this opportunity to start the opening remarks. But see, we give you 10 crore, 20 crore, 30 crore to use for capital incentive in the city. But what do you do beyond ORI sheet? There are enough ORI sheet available in the country. There's a lot of twin images available in the country. There's a lot of oblique cameras being utilized. There's a lot of property tax. Amrut and Smart City have given rise to a lot of things. And when we talk to them and say, please give us this ORI sheet, we can start ground truthing or urban land record. At that point of time, they'll say, no, this is not worth going for urban land record. This is point location only for property tax calculation. That is my second. The third is the Naksha is also throwing a challenge that unlike a blank area, we have a lot of records in the city. So we have a registration record, we have layout plan approved by the development authorities, we have the most glorious SRO records, registration records. Everybody here has a flat and has only one piece of paper, which is a registration document between buyer and the seller. The spatial domain is silent. The ownership domain of the land is currently silent. And the third is property tax. We keep having a discussion in DOLR, and we think that the property taxation might be the right way to look at. But the property taxation document currently in the country, the cities which have done, Raipur, Guwahati, when they do a drone survey and we do a good survey, the property taxation goes to double. So actually property taxation currently is undervalued or under-evaluated along with the beautiful ORI sheet with the polygons and give us the output saying this looks like a prospective owner of this land. Now there would be disputes because every centimeter is very precious in the city. So somebody has to go, we have told 100% ground truthing in urban areas. We can't survive with percent sampling. So 100% ground truthing on the urban area. Now how does the rovers, luckily we have CRS network, integrate their data into the enterprise solution that we are trying to build? And we are having conversation on how much data space that will require. How do you deal with all this problem? You know, who does all this? And somebody has to go to the ground zero, and I call the ring the bell principle. So somebody has to ring the bell, and the owner comes out, or the tenant comes out, and you ask him various questions. Give me this record. We have come with this ORI sheet, and this is my rover, and I want to measure your land. You have any problem? He will say, I have 200 meter in the paper, you are measuring 190 meter square, sorry. So those kind of, I think, 3 important problems are currently there. I'm leaving with problems because that might lead to more discussions and solutions for me. I'm not glorifying what we are trying to do, what we have been able to do in the DLMP program, but that looks like a good direction forward, both in rural survey and urban survey. The next DLNP program is going to be only a resurvey program, a large program across the country. And currently all the states are taking different directions because there's no centralized guidance. So you have Andhra Pradesh model, you have Haryana model, Guwahati, Assam model, Tamil Nadu model, Karnataka, Bangalore model. So there are so many models available. And there's no documentation of a proper way, honest SOP for doing this thing on the ground zero. Thank you so much. I think that's the challenges I'd like to get answers from, not answer any question for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunalji. So for the next 12 months, the Naksha is the challenging project, 156.
Raj is in the business of advocating, propagating that the 29 subjects mentioned in the 11th schedule are actually entrusted to the panchayats. That includes land, that includes water and so on. So that is from the standpoint of perspective, that this is where I'm coming from. Initially, the idea was posited by the government of Maharashtra, who have a very good system of assessing and collecting property tax in their village, Abadi areas, what they know as Gauthans. So that is how we first got into it. We thought that this was a means of increasing the revenues coming to panchayats, and if it takes, formulating a scheme and partnering with Survey of India to carry it out, so be it. So that is how it began. Predictably, our purpose in implementing the scheme was, in addition to creation of land record, it was to help in the process of formulation of Gram Panchayat development plans every year. You are aware that there is a direct devolution that goes to all the panchayats. Most of this money gets spent within the Abadi area where people are living. And since Abadi is north of Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Telangana and Andhra, these areas are not measured, so this was an opportunity which was unprecedented. We were also looking at the rural conglomerations around the city areas, the peri-urban areas, which become an eyesore. There are advantages of, you've got a job there, you get cheap accommodation right outside it, the regulations are not tough. So these places become sort of engines of growth over a coming time. So there was another endeavor called Gram Panchayat's Spatial Development Plan that we were also involved in. So looking at all this, we adopted Swamitva. You are aware, I see a lot of familiar faces. I consider you friends, and I've been having weekly meetings, week after excruciating week. And that is how, out of the 3,45,000 villages that we were due to cover, we are already past 3,20,000. And things are good. We are monitored on the Pragati platform, and so I get all the support that I need. I will now come on to the things that I'm looking to do. Especially because the users are all here, the demand has to come from the states, and unless you do that, it is not enough if I put my data on a portal, it is not enough if I leave you in a room with an entrepreneur. You have to meet a felt need. If you need to change the electricity bulbs in the street lights that you have in your villages, you need to have that data. You need to understand where the poles are. You need to, if you need to give people security, you need to have the dark spots identified. If there are areas that are getting filled up with filth and water, then you need to know what are these low-lying areas and what can you do to make those better. So one of the things, the opportunity got afforded by the Muft Surya Ghar Yojana, Muft Bijli Yojana. So we are involved in gauging the rooftop solarization potential with the help of the NIC GIS officers here who are going to be a part of this two-day thing. We are also looking to capture other attributes because my interface in the states was basically the revenue department, so they were obsessed with land. Initially, Dr. Vishnu Chandra had prepared a list of 34 attributes in a schema that if you capture all these things, the incremental cost of capturing all these things is very little, but if you forego that opportunity now, what you'd be left with just your land map. That is what happened, unfortunately, and so we are looking to add some of these attributes, including water bodies, street lights, and so on, using AI ML. We are also looking to have a bare earth DTM model so that people can plan their roads, their drains better. GPDP process is, a lot of people feel, GPDP, Gram Panchayat Development Plan, it is not, the PDP, that thing you are concerned with, sir. So we find a lot of young people are not interested, and to get them interested, we are looking at a gamification thing. If I've got my village Abadi map, And if I can turn that into a gaming thing, it would be something like some of your children would have played Farmville. So if I have my resource envelope and I want to make my assets in a certain way, then it is now possible for me to do it. And for the Gram Panchayat development plan, having a decision-making tool, how to estimate the various kinds of works. And finally, the CORS network, of which 540 CORS were set up using the Swamitva scheme. I think there is a lot of distance to cover. We should be positing it as an alternative to total station survey. And to that end, the states and the people involved in the business of making detailed project reports should really get involved and see it as being something of immense utility. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, these were two massive projects nationwide. I now want to turn to two other ministries who have done a great job in terms of not just data acquisition, but creating their own portals. I want to first request Dr. Pramod Kumar Singh, Deputy Director General of Geological Survey of India, for his initial opening remarks on this.
Respected Chair, distinguished delegates present over here on the dais, half dais. I am Dr. P.K. Singh, Deputy Director General in Geological Survey of India. Actually, this is honor for me to address this gathering on strengthening of geospatial ecosystem through geospatial National Geospatial Policy. Actually, it is a visionary frame that highlights the transformative power of the geospatial data. The National Geospatial Policy 2022 marks a pivotal shift in Indian spatial landscape. By deregulating geospatial data, it fosters the ecosystem of innovation, collaboration, and accessibility, which ultimately enable stakeholders in efficient decision-making in resource exploration, disaster management, infrastructure development, and urban planning. I would like to express here, actually in recent years, Ministry of Mines, Government of India has taken several policy decisions in the field of mineral exploration. Earlier, this exploration field was reserved for government agencies only. In last few years, first, other than the critical mineral field was opened for the private enterprises to come and take this challenge of exploration. But recently, in last year, even the critical mineral field was opened through exploration licensing, and the agencies which has been notified by Government of India, they can take this exploration and come forward for such type of deposits for the development of nation. You know, this exploration is such a business, requires a lot of baseline geoscience data and exploration related data, and which takes a lot of time, a lot of expertise and money. And that type of data has already been generated by different agencies like Geological Survey of India and other agencies also. But earlier, these agencies were working in dissociation. Everybody was working with their own data. Sometimes duplication of data was also there. But after this National Geospatial Policy, everything is now open. And what is Geological Survey of India is doing, that I would like to highlight here. Earlier, we have scrapped the data dissemination policy of Geological Survey of India and fully following the NGP, National Geospatial Policy 22. And all the data of Geological Survey of India, which was hosted by our portal that is called Bhukos. It was being disseminated through that portal, but recently last year, one National Geoscience Data Repository, that is the national portal of Ministry of Mines, has been created, and it encompasses not only the geoscience data of Geological Survey of India, but all the agencies of the nation who are generating such type of data. All this data, this portal is being built in collaboration with the system integrator is BISAC N, and Geological Survey of India is the nodal agency. So all the geoscience related data we have put there, and we are in a process of populating the data, taking the data from the stakeholders. All the stakeholders' data, whether central government agencies, state government, DGMs, and other agencies, whatever data of the baseline geoscience data or exploration data, we are putting at a single platform. You have to simply register as general user. After registering, everything is accessible to you. This data has been kept there following the NGP 2022. So you can simply register there. You can download all the data. This is the age of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Without liberalizing this policy, it was not possible to take the benefit of this type of data generated by different agencies. So everything is there available. Simply you have to go there, download the data, and go for next level of exploration. Geological Survey of India is fully following as I have expressed here. We have several collaborative programs. This is the area, this is the age of collaboration. You may be expert in your field, but without integrated approach, things are quite different, especially in the field of mineral exploration. Most of the surficial deposits has been explored. Now integrated approach is required to go for the deep-seated reserves. So integrated approach with the collaboration of other agencies is the call of the hour. We are doing such type of work in collaboration. Geological Survey of India is doing collaborative projects with almost 40 plus agencies, most of the central government agencies, IITs, academia, and private enterprises. So in that way, we are doing the work in collaboration. And I would like to express here the data standardization also is being carried out under the subcommittee of BIS. In that way, a geology theme we are taking care of. First draft document has been submitted to BIS pertaining to surface geology, for which Geological Survey of India is responsible. Geospatial data themes have been prepared. It has been populated in our Bhukos portal with themes and sub-themes. Availability of infrastructure is enough there. Our Bhukos was in OCI, and NGDA portal data is fully functional with the data of the stakeholders, which is being taken care of by the Bhaskaracharya Institute of Space Application and Geoinformatics. So this, we are still hoping that more people will come to work together with Geological Survey of India in collaborative mode, and in this way we can take our responsibility to strengthen the geospatial ecosystem and ultimately fulfill the objectives of the National Geospatial Program. Thank you. Policy 2000. Thank you.
Hello. I have a question for the audience. How many people knew about the Bhukosh portal and National Geospatial Geological Data Repository of GSI? 5, maximum 10, 15 people. So therefore, this is the purpose of the session, to ensure that we build broader awareness about the the fact that this portal is available for everyone to use. On the same vein, I want to move to Dr. Kaustav Nag here. He spoke about exploration of minerals. This is exploration of hydrocarbons. And Dr. Nag is Additional Director General Hydrocarbons. Over to you, Dr. Nag.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Chair, my esteemed fellow panelists, distinguished delegates present in this hall. I am Kaustav Nag. I am Additional Director General at the Directorate General of Hydrocarbons under Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Chairman Sir has just mentioned that I will be speaking from the oil and gas perspectives that currently our country is poised at. And before I give my initial remarks, couple of facts which I just want to mention, that you all know that India is aspiring to become a developed nation by 2047. Our Honorable Prime Minister has given a clarion call that if India has to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047, the importance of energy, when I say energy, that is critical to its growth trajectory. Why I am saying so is, India currently imports around 88% of crude oil and around 50% of natural gas. It is a huge burden on India's exchequer, and day by day our current account deficit is widening. The contribution of oil and gas to India's GDP is around 15%. India is the second largest refining in terms of capacity, and Asia's largest petroleum product exporter. India currently produces around 30 million tons of oil and imports around 233 million tons of oil. So you see, the country's primary energy is coming from coal, oil, and gas, which is contributing to 71%. Now, why I am mentioning all these is, India currently has less than 1% of the oil and gas reserves of the entire global resources. And India currently has around 42 billion tons of oil and oil equivalent, and out of which only 12 billion tons has been discovered. So this gives you a lot of plethora of opportunities, hope, and positivity that the yet to find oil and gas is there, and how to bring it to the surface. Oil and gas industry, unlike other industry, is input deterministic, but output is probabilistic. There is no method in the world which can tell you that if you drill here, you are going to strike oil and gas. Now, this role of geospatial data becomes here very, very handy, because in spite of having the different tools for hydrocarbon exploration, be it geological survey or be it geophysical different tools, there is no certainty. But geospatial data has been employed for detection of oil and gas seepages historically. And this geospatial data actually spans the entire exploration value chain. When I say exploration value chain of oil and gas, I mean that it is the exploration. When a discovery is made, then it's production, transportation of pipelines, pipeline distribution and modeling, environmental aspects, and data management. So in this entire value chain, the geospatial data is very, very important, and this is being used. My previous speakers have mentioned about geospatial policy, yes, coming into vogue in 2022, and that has been immensely beneficial. I would also like to mention here is, India is currently under energy transition. Now, if energy transition is taking place, it's already happening in India. The space for renewables and the use of critical minerals and strategic minerals is going to improve. The data during the process of oil and gas exploration, when you are drilling a well, lot of data through logging is coming to the surface. So that data also can be used in critical minerals and identification of other minerals like coal and other metals. So, so there is a data promotion and development committee, and this is the apex body GDPDC, which Chairman Sir is heading. Now, couple of things, couple of thoughts which I just want to pose before you is, we need more strengthening between the interministerial coordination. We are working with Ministry of Mines, we are working with Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, we are working with Ministry of Coal, but there is no overarching ministry which is taking part of the energy aspect as such, unlike we have in Department of Energy in US. So that's one process. There should be harmonious collaboration between the different ministries. And the key challenges, according to me, is lack of awareness about geospatial technologies, data integration, and insufficient technical capacity in some of the geographies of India. Now, what could be the next step for this geospatial strengthening? We have to set timelines for operationalizing key initiatives, and let us set some measurable goals for ecosystem strengthening. And this data, which we are using today, has to be repetitive. I just want to end here by saying that the Government of India has taken a lot of transformative policies since 2016-17 for enhancing oil and gas exploration in the country. 99% of the offshore areas of our country, up to 200 nautical miles, has been freed, and it is now allowed for oil and gas along with other mineral exploration. So there is a huge potential in the offshore, and because of the highest level of intervention from the Prime Minister's office, this 99% is now free. And during the process of this exploration in these areas, a lot of wells are going to be drilled, a lot of new data is going to be acquired, processed, and interpreted, along with the geospatial data also. If the data is repetitive, we have evidences of hydrocarbon seepages which have been marked in Andaman Basin, in Krishna Godavari Basin, Mahanadi Basin, and Bengal Offshore Basin, apart from the west coast. So a lot of potential of this geospatial data, and in the coming 2 years, India is going to leapfrog by using this geospatial data, not only in oil and gas space, but also in mineral space. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nag. So, Dr. Nag spoke about the importance of inter-ministerial collaboration to make something like this happen for the energy sector. No better example of that than the PM Gati Shakti portal. And I'm going to invite Shri Vinay Thakur, Additional Director General of the Bhaskaracharya National Institute for Space Applications Geoinformatics. He's been at the forefront of implementing this project, and I would request Shri Thakur to provide some highlights.
Thank you, sir, and very good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So, for last 3 years, we have been implementing PM Gati Shakti, which is being coordinated by DPIT and the Ministry of Commerce. The vision 3 years back was given by Honorable Prime Minister when he said that we have to create world-class infrastructure in order to drive the economic growth and sustainable development in the country. And that is how we started, and then the idea was that all the ministries and departments and state governments can work through a single system, through a single framework where they can collaborate, they can upload their data sets, layers, and then work together in order to ensure that we have the last mile connectivity, we have a multimodal logistic infrastructure put in place. Right now we have around 2,000 layers, 2,000 plus layers, and this is one program where it is not only the small integration of different departments and collaboration of different departments where we are uploading the status, it is that where the core functions of different ministries are being done through PM Gati Shakti framework. And I'll just highlight few of the things that on technology, this is very important because now we are housing so much of data. So starting from the security guidelines, starting from the best of the framework, microservices, they are put in place. Every ministry and department's databases, MISs are being connected through APIs, which are also further secured in the sense that no one can somewhere intervene and then get the data and the things around that. The standardization is also very important, and then Survey of India, the base standard framework is being used, and then for data, we are using the Bureau of Indian Standards attribute framework. As such, BISAG, which is doing the technical support, we are certified for ISO 9001, 27001. For software development, we are also certified for CMMI 5. For data quality and metadata, ISO 19115 and 19157. So these are important things because we put the processes in a right perspective. So that is very, very important also while we see that the proper standards and framework is put in place. The status of the projects done by different ministries where MORTH was able to plan around 8,000 plus 8,891 kilometers of roads, create DPRs, get them approved. Similarly, for Railway Ministry, 27,000 kilometers of railway line. Petroleum Ministry is able to streamline the process of detailed route survey. We are also working with other different ministries. 13 gigawatt of renewable energy for green energy corridor. Many states are using for disaster management. Many people are using for gap identifications like schools being created and other infrastructure being created in various state governments like Uttar Pradesh. Ministry of Tribal is doing and then saturating the facilities and activities around tribal areas under PBTG's program called PM Janman. PMGSY for asset mapping. And so what I want to say that this is one platform where people come, collaborate, work out their processes, and then take the decisions. So this is very, very good. The outcomes of this project that PM Gati Shakti NDGR we have created. We have, there is a committee set up by DST where Sir is, the chairman Sir is again, has collaborated with us. And then that NGR is also ready. The UGI, similar to UPI, is also ready where a lot of APIs we have put out on the framework of PM Gati Shakti. This is very, very important for the majority of cases where we are doing GIS. Majority of department are doing isolation work around GIS and geospatial technology, but then it is mainly restricted to the mapping part of it. The use around this technology for better decision making is somewhere which probably is rightly being done by PM Gati Shakti. And one important thing and challenge also is that the quality of data is very important, though we have made a provision that the data has to come from the user ministry and department. The validation around that has to come by them. User checker type of systems are also provisioned out of this. And we are trying to integrate it through APIs so that the databases being used by different ministries are kept updated. So we are not creating a separate database for them. Their databases are being integrated, ensures that they are almost in a real time are being updated. So, but then the usage around is one thing which we have been struggling, but then trying DPIT is very aggressively trying to it that necessary capacity building programs are being launched. The people are trained on the platform. People are able to use the platform in the right perspective. Satyarthi Saab was talking of the land records being digitized and then integrated and then put in the right perspective where the system can be used by the citizen. Though mapping and everything, I worked in this area for almost 15, 20 years. Mapping is rather easy. Technologies are also available, whether you go for drone or LiDAR or high resolution satellite imagery or ground methods. But while we attach the attributes and then write the records, finalize the records, then there are issues. The people believe that the records written about 50, 60 years back, they still hold good and they can still be referred to. So probably somewhere the challenges are there where government has to really put the things in the right perspective and see to it that we create the records, we create the mapping system, and we create the decision support system which should be accepted by one and all. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sri Thakur. So while each speaker spoke about one significant project or portal, I'm going to finally come to Sri Sinhaji. He's probably been involved in dozens of geospatial projects, more than anyone else on this panel. So over to you, Sinhaji. It is a fitting end to the initial remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So in the morning, in the inaugural session, we saw the dignitaries. They said that the policy has come, the guidelines have come, the data is now available. But the challenge is how we make use of this data. And if we see it, the cue of this question lies in the policy itself. In fact, in the vision of the policy, it talks about a coherent platform. We need to understand what is the meaning of coherence here. Because if in a very simple words, if I say, the two things that I immediately see in the coherence is that the data has to be coherent. There is a data aspect of it. There is a platform aspect of it. The platforms also have to be coherent. And the data and the platforms, there should be supply chain which has to be enabled. And this has to be done for all the fundamental and sectoral data for which the responsibilities have been given to the various ministries and the departments. And to this aspect, if I see, the policy also talks about a unified interface. All these platforms being unified to actually deliver the benefits from a single window. So this is what we are all aiming at and we should be working for. And if we are talking about data, then we have certain sectors that we can look at, means which have really grown. See, when we were growing up as a student, as a child, when we were growing up, we knew how we used to do the banking and how the data, how the banking has evolved. It is because that data that the banking sector is maintaining, so that is very, very reliable. It will never happen, whether it is even a very dynamic data, transactional data. Static data is there are dynamic data, there are transactional data, but even that data, the reliability is maintained. If we are looking at actually follow the footsteps of the banking sector, of the financial sector, then we have to create the same value, same reliability in our data. And for that, lots of standardizations are required. And which is the most important standard? The first standard is the National Geodetic Reference Framework. It's not that I recreate the entire data immediately. As in the morning it was said, whatever you have to put that in use. So now what we have to do, first thing is that we have to geotag it with the help of whatever the spatial reference framework that we have. Maybe at the village level, if not at the household level. So this is one thing. So when I am talking about the National Geodetic Reference Framework, and I say that this is the most important standard that should be adopted across the board, I want to mention two fundamental themes, which I definitely want should be totally coherent with the National Geodetic Reference Framework. One is the ALPIN that is being done by the Department of Land Resources. It is deriving its unique identity from the coordinates. It should definitely be based on the NGRF. And the other is the address, the digital address that we are talking about, which will link all the socio-economic data to the spatial entities. This also should be based upon the National Geodetic Reference Framework. And immediately means there are two frameworks that Survey of India will be in the context of the geospatial framework. One is the National Geodetic Reference Framework, and one is the digital framework, which will include the orthorectified imagery and the digital elevation model. So I would request means all the stakeholders who are come here, all our partners, to keep this in mind when they are strengthening their own geospatial data infrastructure. Now, I think I have limited time, so one more aspect I would like to stress upon is that we should have an integrated approach to any geospatial project. Because most of the geospatial projects, they are interdisciplinary in nature, cross-disciplinary in nature. But I have been, as sir, you have said, that I have been involved in many of the projects. And this is what I have observed is that at the planning stage, the geospatial experts, they are not involved. And they are involved at the execution stage. So the entire planning of the scheme takes place without the inputs of the geospatial person. And when I mean the entire thing, it can be even the timelines and the cost, etc. And then the geospatial timelines are, many cases, they are retrofitted into the original plan of the scheme. And so what happens is that at many times, the quality is a casualty, or there is a time overrun or the cost overrun. So these are the aspects I would like to just flag in my opening remark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinhaji. I think two very important things that he mentioned. One is that the use of the National Geodetic Reference Framework as the common framework for any geospatial work that any ministry is doing at the center or states. And second is to involve geospatial experts at the planning stage itself. Very well said. So with that, we have a few questions. I'm going to request them to put it on the screen as well, but I'm going to get started. Given the interest of time, I'm going to ask each question to the most relevant person on the panel. So I'm going to start with Alokji here, since Swamitwa was one of the largest projects that the nation has seen. Based on such large geospatial projects undertaken like Swamitwa, what are the learnings and challenges that, let's say, Kunal Satyarthi ji should keep in mind when rolling out Naksha, let's say, actually?
Thank you, sir. The states has to see this as addressing their problem. We are not creating this map for its own sake. For instance, in Swamitwa, we are creating these maps so that there would be lesser dispute among people, so that the assessment of property tax became easier. There were other facets that we were not able to, it's still a work in progress, where we've not been able to penetrate much deeper, which is about rural planning, about being able to acquire spatial data sets relevant to themselves, and then make the best use of the resources available to the GPs. So that has been a constant challenge. It continues because when you are interfacing with the state, you are reaching out to the revenue department, or in the case of Maharashtra, it is their survey department. In the case of Andhra, it is their Panchayat Raj department. All these people know the elephant as being either a pillar or a wall, yeah, or a rope or something. So that becomes your point of entry, of course. I'm not saying that you can be talking to 50 people all at the same time and having them nod in hot agreement or something. I'm saying that make that your entry point, but all along the way, keep engaging with these people. For instance, the Surya Ghar Yojana, no state approached us. But once this thing was rolled out, our NIC GIS team got into the act of making apparent the potential of each village. And then we approached the MNRE and told them that this here is a verified product which gives you 90% confidence of the potential in a village. So their ears pricked up. This was something that was of direct utility, and they could build it into their workflow. Likewise, if it's rural planning, for instance, in the state of Punjab, when we began, the revenue department were not interested. So I took the different tack and we approached the Panchayat Raj department, and they were the people who signed the initial MOU with Survey of India. So with Panchayat, they are not obsessed with land. And there are a number of things. So I'm not saying that there is any easy route, but one should not lose sight of that. And in your steering committees, in your district level coordination committees, have an interface with all these departments. So that somewhere along the line, when a good idea comes up, you are able to develop it and give it to them in a shape that they'll readily adopt. Do that, and that is how we go forward.
I want you to obviously respond to what Alok said about some of the challenges that you anticipate while you start on 150 cities. How are you planning to get support from state governments, given that their priorities may be completely different? I know when I was talking to him earlier this morning, I know one state, Swamitva, was yet to be completed because the state government had a different idea, different approach. How will you navigate around this? And after you mention, I would like to invite some views from the state government representatives in the audience also.
Thank you, sir. I think very relevant discussion. Some things that come to my mind about Naksha, I'm not sure because Naksha is still at a planning state and we have involved the geospatial community from the beginning just to have an outbreak. But some things are very critical in the sense that the states have to commit a lot of manpower and a lot of time and energy to do such a program. Is what we learned from the LMP program. So if you look at the scheme that we support in DLNP or Naksha, it's minimal. States give a lot of commitment of manpower, whether it is Patwari, Tahsildar, Kanungo, the whole department comes into perspective. So we contribute only a minuscule of the whole thing. And if the states have taken a call that they want to do something, I think they have taken a very difficult call. If I was in the state, so that is my first thing. So negotiating that barrier is very critical. Then looking at how departments, Naksha would be a very interesting program because it will look at plethora of departments. You know, the turf wars. Forget about the ministries in Delhi and departments in Delhi. In the state level, urban development department, revenue department, local self-government department. Some of these states, Bangalore Municipal Corporation and authority would be as big as the government. You know, you're talking to some development authorities which are power onto themselves, municipal corporations. You know, and then the industry partners and the ULBs, that is going to be a very challenging thing. How do you get these institutions together? But the states, I think, realize that they have to do this. The output is already available in some of the cities which have done good land records, have done great property taxation. The figures of collection have increased. It has become more transparent. Citizens can trust the process much better. So they see a value. But only thing is, it's a slightly, I don't think it is a quick solution. So we should not look at fly a drone, tomorrow go to the ground, prepare the property card and give it to the people. It's more than that. So one thing I always see that the industry partners want to do the job and leave. I think should stick around. Wait for some time. Don't do it very quickly and don't do it very, very long. As Vinay Thakurji was suggesting about Gujarat, they took a lot of time to complete the whole process and it got stuck for 5 lakh dispute cases. Some people who have done it very quickly have been able to succeed. So those are my initial thoughts on the whole process.
And clearly you've got the initial support from the state governments because you have 100 cities on the wait list already, right? I'm going to invite, I know there's Mr. Reddy from Andhra here on the revenue side. You successfully completed a lot of work on land records. I'm going to invite you to share your comments. Can someone pass a microphone to Mr. Reddy, please? He's right here in the first table. Anyone else from any of the other states, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this topic. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon to all. It's happy to share the experience.
Basic issue, as you rightly said, HR is the basic issue. So we recruited 12,000 surveyors. And secondly, capacity building of these people, as it is new in entire India, we are the first to start that course network for resurvey technology. So the capacity building has given good support to us. And the most influenced thing is the new recruitees for these 12,000 surveyors, they are from BTech background. They know how to use AutoCAD. The earlier surveyors who are outdated, we can say rightly that they are outdated. This is the major issue for all the departments, maybe urban or municipal or something else. See, the existing staff are not having updated knowledge on the technology. That's why I appreciated our Surveyor General also. This type of conferences will gives lot of updated sharing, updated things. So apart from this, the software part is also most important. See, if you don't select a private partner who is having sufficient capacities to understand our needs, it is very difficult to implement that. So I think I answered that. Do I need to answer anything?
No, I think that was very, very helpful. I'm going to pick up from that. You said capacity building, you hired a new cadre of surveyors from BTech background. So I'm going to ask Sinaji here. Not having adequate number of trained manpower is likely to be the big bottleneck as we start rolling out bigger and bigger projects and many more projects. How do you think that this should be addressed? After which I'm going to ask Vinay Thakurji, since Mr. Reddy also spoke about software, how do we standardize geospatial tools and applications so that there is a certain speed of implementation based on trusted products? I'm going to come back to you after Sinaji provides.
So here I'll just try to cite the examples in other countries. So how we are different. Say we have visited US also, we have seen USGS, we have seen Geoscience Australia. What happens is that the entire gamut of the geospatial ecosystem is almost in the same organization. So when we are talking about USGS, it not only does the topographical survey and mapping, even the geological survey is being done by them, and even the remote sensing aspect is done by them, and the GIS aspects, that also means they are within the same organization. So the collaboration is very good. So when we are talking about there is lack of capacity, we are talking in terms of a particular organization. But if we see the entire country as a whole, then India is a powerhouse of IT, in fact. So if we are able to harness the full potential of the IT sector as well as geospatial expertise that we are having, I don't think we'll be able to meet many of these aspects that we are struggling at the moment.
So we certainly have a large base of IT manpower, but you'll have to provide them some training and capacity building to be able to do this kind of work, right?
Both ways, it will be a kind of bridge courses.
You need bridge courses to create a cadre of people who can do this work. Mr. Thakur, in terms of technology, do you think that what he said, that look, they pick the right choice of software tools and vendors, partners to work with, that made a difference other than capacity building? Since you handle so many technology projects, what is your view in this regard as we roll out many bigger and bigger projects?
Thank you, sir. Definitely, government is doing its bit, and then we have even formulated some policies around open source and open standards. But then getting everything done through a government system probably may not be able to suffice our requirement, being a big country. So what we are thinking that you make an initial framework around this, and then once that is ready, then call or invite industry, startups to partner with us. Like when we started doing GEM, though that is a separate application, so we did the initial design
We put a POC in place, and then once that was ready, then we called the players, industry, and now they have taken it to altogether a different level. Probably that type of approach is the best one, where in addition to standardize the processes, in addition to have the entire workflow built into this, they are able to provide the horizontal spread that is needed for the country like India. So probably the involvement of private sector, industry, startup and all is very, very important in developing the right and standardized tools and software for it.
I know we have people here from revenue departments of Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and Madhya Pradesh. Can I request you to raise your hands and comment on some of this in terms of having adequate manpower to implement projects, capacity building? Can I request you to pass on the microphone? Two gentlemen here in the middle of the room here. And okay, maybe you can start here since the microphone's closed. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is Vibhu Goyal. I'm Director Revenue, West Bengal. Sir, thank you for giving this opportunity. I'll be very quick, and I would just take the cue from what Kunal sir mentioned in the morning and what my colleague Dr. Reddy, Mr. Reddy mentioned just now. As far as, sir, West Bengal is concerned, and I agree with what Sitri sir also mentioned, there are 3 ULBs which we have identified in the state of West Bengal for Naksha project. The challenges, as has been mentioned, are multiple. The ULBs have their own priorities in place. They have limited, so to say, manpower. Revenue department also has a limited manpower. So marrying the so to say, the focus groups for all the departments, including the urban development department, the revenue department, science and technology department in the state, picking up the right surveyors which are on the job, who are aware about the RTK enabled rovers, as Survey of India would want to go ahead as far as course is concerned, and taking them on board, giving them a fixed timeline, say 6 months to 8 months, so that we can be on par with Government of India to deliver the property cards, say probably next year. This is going to be a challenge. We all agree to that, sir, but I think communication plays a very, very important role as far as states are also concerned. We need to ensure that a very comprehensive dialogue with Survey of India and the other departments keeps on happening. If we are all on the same page, I think, sir, part of the journey, part of the, so to say, goals could be accomplished. And API to API sharing, which Mr. Thakur was mentioning, and that all involves a very comprehensive dialogue and very comprehensive goal setting for the state itself. So I agree with what you're saying, sir, but the only thing is that whether the communication is, whether the will is there for the states, whether it is in synchronization with the other departments, and then of course the challenges of ground truthing, going back to the people, taking their confidence, delivering it on the ground. So this is what we are into.
Thank you. I'm sure with the way you're thinking, you'll do a great job on Naksha with the ULBs that you've chosen. Can I request you to pass on the microphone here, please?
May I?
Tamil Nadu. Madhya Pradesh?
Good afternoon, sirs. I am Madhusudan Reddy, Director, Survey and Settlement, Tamil Nadu. So, 2 issues which you raised, one about the capacity building, the second one is the data integration and the data acquisition part. The first part, capacity building, I don't see any challenge because the young generation of India is adequately educated, and the geospatial technologies, the basic technology for the data acquisition, like handling rovers or processing the GIS softwares, maybe RGIS or QGIS or AutoCAD, it can be learned in a 3 months course. So it's not a big problem as we can see, because in Tamil Nadu we have a state survey training institute, and we have an academic collaboration with Anna University, where we have a center of excellence for training in all these softwares, and also in handling the rovers, total stations, etc. for our staff. And regarding manpower, it's very difficult for government agencies and departments now to hire a permanent manpower and keep them, because we will not be permanently running these schemes. It's a one-time affair, or it may come or may not come. So we have a system of licensed surveyors wherein we train them for 3 months. We take diploma holders and the ITA trade certificate holders in surveying and BE graduates also, and accordingly we train them. and we changed our recruitment policy. That we enabled that earlier 10th standard was our qualification for the surveyors entry level. Now we changed it to a minimum of ITI in survey trade, either certified by National Occasional Agency and state occasional certificate course. That's the basic minimum, or a diploma in civil engineering, or a BE in civil engineering, or geoinformatics also is okay. So this way we have addressed the capacity issues. And regarding data acquisition and data processing for the cadastral survey mainly, fresh acquisition, fresh ground truthing is not a problem. If there is an unsurveyed area, first time we are measuring and declaring its boundaries or its maps, etc. So first time we are telling somebody that this is your truth. So he has nothing else to verify, so he agrees with it immediately. But whereas a previous record is there, when we are trying to superimpose, it's very difficult for a common man to be, convinced, because that technology had little bit of more variances than the current accuracy levels. So it takes a bit of convincing, and it takes, a bit of technical expertise also to overlap and superimpose. For Tamil Nadu being the whole state, as our JS sir from Panchayat Raj Ministry was talking about Swamitwa, we had done the Abadi area survey in 90 to 96. So 20-25 years ahead of the other states. So when we had every record for the whole housed property in the state, if we go back again, it's like unsettling the issues, and we may have to face challenges. So that is why fresh acquisition is a much easier aspect. Even in Naksha now we have the similar problem. Our JS DOLR sir knows, Kunal sir knows it. The town survey record is available for the landed property. When it is for the vertical property, we don't have. So how to merge these two data sets and create a clear-cut geospatial data for the urban areas to leverage the total potential of these geospatial requirements and the digital twins, etc., that are envisaged in this geospatial policy or the need of the arts.
Thank you. Good to see how confident you are about capacity building, and also how you're thinking about some of the other problems. I'm going to finally invite comments from Madhya Pradesh Revenue Department. Kindly introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Dr. Sandeep Goyal. I'm Additional Director in Science and Technology Department. Along with me, Ms. Namita Khare, Joint Commissioner Land Records. Science and Technology and Revenue Department in MP are working hand in hand. And I would like to share some experience first with Swamitwa. When Swamitwa was launched, we prepared an end-to-end solution so that the Survey of India provides us the ORI and the feature extracted map. It has to be passed through the quality system. A utility has been developed and installed at Survey of India end, and through that it was coming to our server. And then we were having application called SARA, Smart Application for Revenue Administration. Several type of modules were there. It's completely GIS enabled. So we trained our, so first thing is the capacity building. So we trained our own patwaris to use that system, and it is made very user friendly. Most of the data is to be collected through the drop down and all. If the changes are to be done, so limited changes are allowed as per the act and these things. And then this was done very nicely and very beautifully. This project has been executed. When we are coming to the cadastral survey, so again, as my colleague from Tamil Nadu shared, we started with the unsurveyed areas or where the maps are not available, and slowly, or the new villages are being built. So from there we are going. But yes, the challenges comes, technical part challenges are not much. Capacity building is also not there. The challenges come on the administrative part. Because when you are taking it to the map, the actual data and the data in the records has a mismatch. How much error you can compensate? How much error can be accepted? What about the litigation processes and all? So in revenue, there are defined systems, but in urban, at many places it is lacking. When we are talking about the multi-storied building, the challenges comes that one is the ownership of that particular part where person is residing. but there are common areas in a building which is being used by the occupants of that building. So how it is to be notified, where it is to be compensated, all that issues, kind of issues we are envisaging, and now our urban department and revenue department together they are trying to solve, but there are these are kind of issues.
Thank you, Agarwalji. Now this is from the user side. I'm going to move to one or two views from industry which has been involved with these projects. The only caveat is you're not allowed to talk about payment cycles. Yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kituvan from
Can
Assam.
you speak up louder, please?
Yes, sir. I am Kituvan from Assam, sir.
Okay.
So, already JS Diola sir stated few things. I just urge this committee or that forum to finalize few things. First thing, Noxa is going to be launched in entire India, whatever the UL be selected. That as like national frame of reference, we should have a proper, projection system. Suppose we are having 3 zone of falling in 3 zone, UTM zone. So if it falling in 3 zone, that to integrate all these things in the same place is not possible, sir. So in that respect, I would urge Survey of India to finalize a projection system which can help in every way. Third thing is that the SOP for Noxa. So every city having their own type of data. So what is to be taken and what is not to be taken. So there are 3 pillars as far as since I am already looking after one ULB. So one is municipal pillar, other is the revenue pillar, and one is survey. So integrating both 3 is a very tricky situation. So in that case, we have some uniform SOP that will help in.
Okay. Thank you.
That's my submission.
Thank you. Anyone from industry? Yeah. Please pass the microphone there. Introduce yourself and keep your question brief to the
Good morning, everyone. Sir, myself, Dr. VSS Kiran, founder and CEO of Gadalytics. So, in land record case, we did work with the AP land records. So, the problem statement, what was the initially, there is a 200 plus surveyors working on the ground to prepare this land parcel maps and all. It usually took 6 days of time to prepare one land parcel map. To reduce that, what we did, we have introduced GeoAI based tools and make entire thing automation. So what will happen, the surveyors start utilizing that without any manual task. They just select the particular ortho and the discharged records. So entire land parcel map, stone map, traverse, whatever as per the act is there. So everything generated within 5 to 6 minutes. So we reduce the 6 days to 6 minutes. So and in terms of the data collection, what we did, the mobile app which we have provided, that is much user friendly. So any user can operate it with a simple voice command, and they can talk to the system like today. We have talked to the Google and Siri. Same, they can start talking to the Garuda, and the automatic data capturing can be done, sir. That's how we reduce the time, and also in terms of the capacity building, we provide easy to operate platforms, sir. That's why we solve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that's a good best practice. So I have a question finally to end for both Dr. P.K. Singh and Dr. Nag. In your work, you must have encountered similar best practices. I think one of the things that is missing right now is sharing of such best practices by documenting them properly. Any suggestions for how this can be done? Do we need a portal where everyone can put in their best practices? Should we have a contest? Should we do something else? Because he brought up a very important point for improving productivity and efficiency.
Yeah. One good thing actually we have already incorporated in our National Geoscience Data Repository. Whatever data we have generated, stakeholders data, before 22-23, that data we are taking care of. If it is even hard copy, we are going there, scanning and
preparing in the proper format to upload in the portal. But simultaneously, we have generated one MERT, Mineral Exploration Reporting Template, which is from 2020 to 23, all the data of the stakeholders, they have to upload directly. They have to participate into that portal. We are not taking care of that. Simply we are monitoring the data is being properly entered into the system, which is available to all the stakeholders and general public from that. So that type of things we have put in our portal. Everything independently, they will be populating the data from that portal. We are monitoring it is in proper format.
Dr. Nag, anything from you?
So one of the very pertinent points Dr. Singh has just mentioned, you know, India has been exploring for oil and gas since almost more than a century. 1889 first well drilled, and we have more than almost 1 century and 40 years of data available with us. With the birth of ONGC and Oil India Limited in 1950s, huge amount of data was available during the course of exploration. And Government of India set up the National Data Repository pertaining to oil and gas only in 2016. So before 2016 and 17, most of the data used to reside with the operators, that is the companies which they were actually awarded and they were drilling for oil and gas. So one of the critical challenges which we are facing now is after digitalization and everything, which the data has been posted to National Data Repository, but a lot of legacy data is still residing with the national oil companies. So there could be one area where AI, ML could be used to, you know, bridge the missing gaps. There are data related to 1960s, 1970s, those data are missing, but they are also very vital pieces of information. So I think, so this seamless integration can be bridged by bringing in AI, ML, or large LLM and all these models, which I think Discos and other Norwegian company, Norwegian Offshore Directorate and UK has also undertaken. So because their oil exploration, gas exploration also started from 1950s, 1960s and North Sea and all. So they have started implementing that. So I think India also needs to take up, because a lot of this old and legacy data has to be brought into the main system to derive the maximum value from those fields.
Thank you. I think we're out of time also. What I'd like to do as an end, since only one industry representative volunteered to comment, I'm going to make a request to the industry body AGI. Can you create a roundtable where best practices are documented and shared with everyone, because it's hard to gather multiple responses in a gathering like this, but if you, since you have members of all sizes, big, medium, small, can you find a way to document the best practices and share with all the ministries and user agencies also? It will help the cause of the industry at large. So that's one request I'm going to make to AGI. With that, I would like to thank all the panelists for their contributions. We finished just 5 minutes behind schedule, but otherwise it was a robust discussion. Thank you, audience, for your participation also.
Thank you, Chair and eminent panelists, for such an illuminating discussion. Well said by our Chair that the policy cannot stay on paper, it has to be implemented. And really good to see the perspective of some of the defined nodal agencies as per NGP. And there is no doubt that if we talk about a robust national geospatial ecosystem, there is a need for all the stakeholders to come together and think about a standardized, coherent platform encompassing all the 14 fundamental data themes. And I think that we are moving in the right direction. So with this, we are concluding the first session of this workshop, and I would like to request Mr. Pradeep Singh, Director, Survey of India, to please come up on the stage and facilitate our chair and the panelists of the session. So I would like to request you to please facilitate the chair, Shri Shrikant Shastri, Chairperson, GDPDC. Thank you. Would like to request you to facilitate Shri Alok Prem Nagarji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Thank you. Request you to please facilitate Shri Kunal Satyarthi ji, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resources. Shri Vinay Thakur ji, Additional Director General, Bhaskaracharya, National Institute for Space Applications and Geoinformatics. Dr. Pramod Kumar Singh, DDG, Geological Survey of India, Kolkata. Request you to please facilitate Dr. Kaustav Nag, Additional Director General, Directorate of Hydrocarbons, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Shri S.K. Sinha, sir, Additional Surveyor General, Survey of India. Thank you so much. Request all the panelists and the chair for a group photograph, please. Please come forward for a group photograph. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings to the end of the first session of the workshop, and may I now request you all to please proceed for lunch. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. for the next and the most interesting session on Operation Dronagiri. Thank you.
From transporting supplies to planting and harvesting crops, mapping the world around us, managing water and natural resources, building and maintaining infrastructure. Trimble fuels a better way to work. Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
The Singapore Satellite Positioning Reference Network, or SIRENT for short, is Singapore's global navigation infrastructure network of 10 stations, established and maintained by SLA since 2006. Researchers from Nanyang Technological University's Earth Observatory of Singapore use these reference stations, located in coastal areas, to monitor rising sea levels.
The siren stations help us monitor both land subsidence and rising sea levels. We use direct signals from satellites to track how the land moves up and down. Additionally, satellite signals can be reflected off the sea surface.
So you keep that thing.
और अमृत भारत में आपका सहयोग भी हो जाएगा सबको।
ट्रिम्बल के ट्रैक्टर डिवाइस का एक फ़ायदा और यह है जी कि उसमें जो है ना ड्राइवर थकता नहीं बिल्कुल भी, और जो है ना जैसा उसको कमांड दे देगा ट्रैक्टर वैसे ही काम करेगा। इस डिवाइस को लगाने से ट्रैक्टर की डीजल खपत भी कम होती है और मेंटेनेंस का खर्चा भी कम आता है। इस डिवाइस को लगवाने से हमारे पैसे और समय दोनों की बचत होती है, और मैं किसान भाइयों को ये सलाह देता हूँ कि आप जो है ट्रिम्बल का ट्रैक्टर गाइडेंस डिवाइस।
Survey of India, the National Mapping Agency, has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of country's resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को
पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति, मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
Profitable and sustainable farming is within your reach. You can leverage agriculture technologies to transform planting, cultivation, and harvest data at scale, in real time, to bring speed, automation, and profitability to agriculture and forestry operations, sustainably with improved yields and fewer inputs. You can get it right. With Hexagon's sensor, software, and autonomous technologies, you can create real-world systems in the digital world. Smart digital realities that are at the core of every solution we provide. Smart digital realities are the most dynamic and powerful use of data in history, freeing farm and forest operators from the constraints of knowledge, time, and distance, empowering real-time insights for predictability throughout agricultural operations, from successful planning to harvesting, a smarter approach to decision-making across the agricultural life cycle, even in the face of uncertainty and change, visibility, control, speed, and agility. The smart digital reality continuously and autonomously uncovers insights hidden in the abundant yet under-leveraged trove of agriculture data, enabling real-time analysis and visualizations of resources, time horizons, and workflows. Making precision farming more accurate and reliable through integrated field-ready positioning technologies, autonomously adjusting cultivation and harvest for optimal yield with minimal inputs. Hexagon puts data's infinite potential to work.
Our job is our life's work. Work that is concentrated in helping you and enabling our customers to do their life's work better. From transporting supplies to planting and harvesting crops, mapping the world around us, managing water and natural resources, building and maintaining infrastructure. Trimble fuels a better way to work. Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
The Singapore Satellite Positioning Reference Network, or SIRENT for short, is Singapore's global navigation infrastructure network of 10 stations, established and maintained by SLA since 2006. Researchers from Nanyang Technological University's Earth Observatory of Singapore use these reference stations, located in coastal areas, to monitor rising sea levels.
The siren stations help us monitor both land surface incidence and rising sea levels. We use direct signals from satellites to track how the land moves up and down. Additionally, satellite signals can be reflected off the sea surface.
So you keep that thing.
और अमृत भारत में आपका सहयोग भी हो जाएगा सबको।
ट्रिम्बल के ट्रैक्टर डिवाइस का एक फ़ायदा और यह है जी कि उसमें जो है ना ड्राइवर थकता नहीं बिल्कुल भी, और जो है ना जैसा उसको कमांड दे देगा ट्रैक्टर वैसे ही काम करेगा। इस डिवाइस को लगाने से ट्रैक्टर की डीजल खपत भी कम होती है और मेंटेनेंस का खर्चा भी कम आता है। इस डिवाइस को लगवाने से हमारे पैसे और समय दोनों की बचत होती है, और मैं किसान भाइयों को ये सलाह देता हूँ कि आप जो है ट्रिम्बल का ट्रैक्टर गाइडेंस डिवाइस
Profitable and sustainable farming is within your reach. You can leverage agriculture technologies to transform planting, cultivation, and harvest data at scale, in real time, to bring speed, automation, and profitability to agriculture and forestry operations, sustainably with improved yields and fewer inputs. You can get it right. With Hexagon's sensor, software, and autonomous technologies, you can create real-world systems in the digital world. Smart digital realities that are at the core of every solution we provide. Smart digital realities are the most dynamic and powerful use of data in history, freeing farm and forest operators from the constraints of knowledge, time, and distance, empowering real-time insights for predictability throughout agricultural operations. From successful planning to harvesting, a smarter approach to decision-making across the agricultural life cycle, even in the face of uncertainty and change. Visibility, control, speed, and agility. The smart digital reality continuously and autonomously uncovers insights hidden in the abundant yet under-leveraged trove of agriculture data, enabling real-time analysis and visualizations of resources, time horizons, and workflows. Making precision farming more accurate and reliable through integrated field-ready positioning technologies, autonomously adjusting cultivation and harvest for optimal yield with minimal inputs. Hexagon puts data's infinite potential to work.
Our job is our life's work. Work that is concentrated in helping you and enabling our customers to do their life's work better. From transporting supplies to planting and harvesting crops, mapping the world around us, managing water and natural resources, building and maintaining infrastructure. Trimble fuels a better way to work. Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
The Singapore Satellite Positioning Reference Network, or SIRENT for short, is Singapore's global navigation infrastructure network of 10 stations, established and maintained by SLA since 2006. Researchers from Nanyang Technological University's Earth Observatory of Singapore use these reference stations, located in coastal areas, to monitor rising sea levels.
The SIRENT stations help us monitor both land subsidence and rising sea levels. We use direct signals from satellites to track how the land moves up and down. Additionally, satellite signals can be reflected off the sea surface.
So we keep that thing.
और अमृत भारत में आपका सहयोग भी हो जाएगा।
ट्रिम्बल के ट्रैक्टर डिवाइस का एक फ़ायदा और यह है जी कि उसमें जो है ना ड्राइवर थकता नहीं बिल्कुल भी, और जो है ना जैसा उसको कमांड दे देगा ट्रैक्टर वैसे ही काम करेगा। इस डिवाइस को लगाने से ट्रैक्टर की डीजल खपत भी कम होती है और मेंटेनेंस का खर्चा भी कम आता है। इस डिवाइस को लगवाने से हमारे पैसे और समय दोनों की बचत होती है, और मैं किसान भाइयों को ये सलाह देता हूँ कि आप जो है ट्रिम्बल का ट्रैक्टर गाइडेंस डिवाइस
Profitable and sustainable farming is within your reach. You can leverage agriculture technologies to transform planting, cultivation, and harvest data at scale, in real time, to bring speed, automation, and profitability to agriculture and forestry operations. Sustainably, with improved yields and fewer inputs. You can get it right. With Hexagon's sensor, software, and autonomous technologies, you can create real-world systems in the digital world. Smart digital realities that are at the core of every solution we provide. Smart digital realities are the most dynamic and powerful use of data in history, freeing farm and forest operators from the constraints of knowledge, time, and distance, empowering real-time insights for predictability throughout agricultural operations, from successful planning to harvesting, a smarter approach to decision-making across the agricultural life cycle, even in the face of uncertainty and change, visibility, control, speed, and agility. The smart digital reality continuously and autonomously uncovers insights hidden in the abundant yet under-leveraged trove of agriculture data, enabling real-time analysis and visualizations of resources, time horizons, and workflows, making precision farming more accurate and reliable through integrated field-ready positioning technologies, autonomously adjusting cultivation and harvest for optimal yield with minimal inputs. Hexagon puts data's infinite potential to work.
Hey, check, check, 1, 2, 3.
Our job is our life's work. Work that is concentrated in helping you and enabling our customers to do their life's work better. From transporting supplies to planting and harvesting crops, mapping the world around us, managing water and natural resources, building and maintaining infrastructure. Trimble fuels a better way to work. Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
The Singapore Satellite Positioning Reference Network, or SIRENT for short, is Singapore's global navigation infrastructure network of 10 stations, established and maintained by SLA since 2006. Researchers from Nanyang Technological University's Earth Observatory of Singapore use these reference stations, located in coastal areas, to monitor rising sea levels.
The SIRENT stations help us monitor both land surface incidence and rising sea levels. We use direct signals from satellites to track how the land moves up and down. Additionally, satellite signals can be reflected off the sea surface.
Check, check, 1, 1, check, 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 ठीक हो गया. check, 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 check. 1, 2.
ट्रिम्बल के ट्रैक्टर डिवाइस का एक फ़ायदा और यह है कि उसमें जो है ना ड्राइवर थकता नहीं बिल्कुल भी, और जो है ना जैसा उसको कमांड दे देगा ट्रैक्टर वैसे ही काम करेगा। इस डिवाइस को लगाने से ट्रैक्टर की डीजल खपत भी कम होती है और मेंटेनेंस का खर्चा भी कम आता है। इस डिवाइस को लगवाने से हमारे पैसे और समय दोनों की बचत होती है, और मैं किसान भाइयों को ये सलाह देता हूँ कि आप जो है ट्रिम्बल का ट्रैक्टर गाइडेंस डिवाइस
Profitable and sustainable farming is within your reach. You can leverage agriculture technologies to transform planting, cultivation, and harvest data at scale, in real time, to bring speed, automation, and profitability to agriculture and forestry operations, sustainably with improved yields and fewer inputs. You can get it right. With Hexagon's sensor, software, and autonomous technologies, you can create real-world systems in the digital world. Smart digital realities that are at the core of every solution we provide. Smart digital realities are the most dynamic and powerful use of data in history, freeing farm and forest operators from the constraints of knowledge, time, and distance, empowering real-time insights for predictability throughout agricultural operations, from successful planning to harvesting, a smarter approach to decision-making across the agricultural life cycle, even in the face of uncertainty and change, visibility, control, speed, and agility. The smart digital reality continuously and autonomously uncovers insights hidden in the abundant yet under-leveraged trove of agriculture data, enabling real-time analysis and visualizations of resources, time horizons, and workflows. Making precision farming more accurate and reliable through integrated field-ready positioning technologies, autonomously adjusting cultivation and harvest for optimal yield with minimal inputs. Hexagon puts data's infinite potential to work.
Check 1 1 1 check 1 D test 1 1 check 1 D test 1 check 1 1 D check 1 1 check 1 D test 1 check 1 1 1 check 1 check 1 D test 1 1
Our job is our life's work. Work that is concentrated in helping you and enabling our customers to do their life's work better. From transporting supplies to planting and harvesting crops, mapping the world around us, managing water and natural resources, building and maintaining infrastructure, Trimble fuels a better way to work. Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
The Singapore Satellite Positioning Reference Network, or SIRENT for short, is Singapore's global navigation infrastructure network of 10 stations, established and maintained by SLA since 2006. Researchers from Nanyang Technological University's Earth Observatory of Singapore use these reference stations, located in coastal areas, to monitor rising sea levels.
The siren stations help us monitor both land surface incidence and rising sea levels. We use direct signals from satellites to track how the land moves up and down. Additionally, satellite signals can be reflected off the sea surface.
So you keep that thing.
और अमृत भारत में आपका सहयोग भी हो जाएगा सबको।
ट्रिम्बल के ट्रैक्टर डिवाइस का एक फ़ायदा और यह है जी कि उसमें जो है ना ड्राइवर थकता नहीं बिल्कुल भी, और जो है ना जैसा उसको कमांड दे देगा ट्रैक्टर वैसे ही काम करेगा। इस डिवाइस को लगाने से ट्रैक्टर की डीजल खपत भी कम होती है और मेंटेनेंस का खर्चा भी कम आता है। इस डिवाइस को लगवाने से हमारे पैसे और समय दोनों की बचत होती है, और मैं किसान भाइयों को ये सलाह देता हूँ कि आप जो है ट्रिम्बल का ट्रैक्टर गाइडेंस डिवाइस
Profitable and sustainable farming is within your reach. You can leverage agriculture technologies to transform planting, cultivation, and harvest data at scale, in real time, to bring speed, automation, and profitability to agriculture and forestry operations, sustainably with improved yields and fewer inputs.
Request you all to please be seated. We are going to start the session soon. Starting the session. हाँ. Everyone, please be seated. We are going to start the session. All the delegates are requested to please come inside. We are going to start the session in a while. Okay, so we are all set. We are all set for the most Herculean task of starting the post-lunch session. So I'm excited to introduce the next session entitled Operation Dronagiri, which marks a landmark initiative launched on 13th November 2024, a pilot phase, when the Integrated Geospatial Data Sharing Interface, GDI, went live with 252 geospatial data sets, where 16 data providers have been carefully curated for 3 sectors and 5 districts, and which I'm sure will be scaled up as planned in the near future. So this session will primarily deep dive into the benefits of the implementing geospatial technologies across various sectors, particularly from the perspective of the state governments, and will also explore how data-driven solutions can drive impactful change at the state and the national level. So without any further ado, I would like to invite the chair and the panelists of this session to share their valuable insights on Operation Dronagiri as its potential to transform India's geospatial landscape. So the session chair is Shri D.N. Pathak, Director, Survey of India. I would like to request you to please come up on the dais. And the panelists of the session are Shri Pankaj Mishra, DST, Survey of India; Shri Gopal Krishna Konga, Scientist F, National Spatial Data Infrastructure; Shri V.K. Sisodia, Additional Director, Agriculture Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh; Professor Inder Gopal, Professor, Center for Data for Public Good, Indian Institute of Science; and Dr. Roshan Srivastava, Associate Professor, IIT Tirupati. So welcome you all up on the dais. We are looking forward for an insightful deliberations, and I would like to hand over the session to the chair, Shri D.N. Pathak sir, to take the discussion ahead.
Thank you, everyone, and it's my privilege to conduct this session on Operation Dronagiri, which is one of the pioneering initiative under National Geospatial Policy. The initiative aims to demonstrate the transformative potential geospatial technology offers in sectors like agriculture and infrastructure and livelihood. Initially, these 3 sectors have been chosen to work upon. Then it draws the parallel from one of the ancient incident in our scriptures, wherein Mount Dronagiri provided the life-saving Sanjeevani booty. And here, in the lines of operation, the operation is poised to deliver innovative solutions to modern day challenges. Our session today will explore the initiative's formulation, its implementation framework, as well as the tangible outcome which we are looking forward to. Now, in this session, we have distinguished panelists with me. Their insights into the Operation Dronagiri formulation, implementation, and the impact will be hearing in the during the session. So to start with, first I would like to provide an overview of Operation Dronagiri, just to set the context that what is it all about, how it has been conceived, what is the implementation strategy, and how its impact is being measured. So please, presentation please. So Operation Dronagiri, basically, as it has been launched on 13th this November an initiative that holds immense potential to transform key sectors in India. Our goal is to explore its impact and implementation, paving the way for innovative geospatial solutions. So, next slide, please. So, to understand why this initiative is significant, let us briefly look at the background and its context. National Geospatial Policy was launched in 2022, and it aims to make India a global leader in geospatial technology. And Operation Dronagiri is one of the first initiatives for this purpose. And as we know, in this Operation Dronagiri, we are focusing on 3 sectors: agriculture, infrastructure, livelihood. Just to showcase, geospatial solution can address the real world issues. With this, let us now go into the objectives of this scheme. Please. The objective of this scheme is to use geospatial technology, basically, and the data-driven solution for the sectors like agriculture and infrastructure, as well as livelihood. This is the illustration which I was talking about, wherein we Mount Dronagiri and the Sanjeevani Booty was brought from. So this sets the context of geolocation intelligence in our ancient scripture. And in the same parallels, here, the geospatial technology is being used for finding the solution for the modern day challenges. These are basically the key stakeholders, the data providers, and then the data processing part, and then the data consumers. And it also shows the sectors which are there and the role of each one in the implementation part, and the impact and the outcome we foresee from this initiative. Actually, the words are very small, so I'll just read from my slides which I have. So, by a extensive consultation, the problem statements have been identified in different sectors like agriculture. There were, extensive consultation happened between different stakeholders like government, startups, private sectors, and basically the community which is involved in agricultural field. And based on that, there were problem solutions identified, and also it was identified that what kind of data and what resolution data is required to solve those problems. And basically, it was also identified that because this is a collaborative effort, so it has been identified that who will be the data contributors, who is the data holders of a particular requirement. And accordingly, the concerted effort has been made to collect the data from those, and then finally it has been provided to our GDA, which is basically doing the data processing part, and then involving other startups and all to further make the application. Then similarly, the geospatial in livelihoods and financial inclusion and the transportation and logistics, these problem stations have been identified, and then finally the data have been collected. Now, just to give a glimpse of the kind of data which has been collected, I have just summarized one of the districts in UP, which is there where the pilot is being run, Varanasi district. So the kind of data you can see, basically we have collected all the admin boundary up to the village level. Then we have collected the high resolution images of different variation, and then we have collected also vector data of different granularity, then all the DEMs and all. Then we have also collected the soil data from RSAC, then API of Khasra numbers received from Board of Revenue. We have historical yield data and crop production data from agricultural statistics and crop insurance. So all these data sets have been collected. And then graphically, I'll just show you. These are the district boundary, then the sub-taluk boundaries, then these are the village boundaries. So all these data sets, just for illustration purposes, I have kept it in my slide so that we have a feel of physical data sets which have been collected, and as an input it is going to be used by GDA for application development, wherein collaborators are there, startups are there, other agencies are there who are collaborating to develop applications. So now I'll just introduce the distinguished panelists which are there with us. Dr. Inder Gopal, he is from IIT Bangalore, who is leading the GDA initiatives, and Dr. Konga Gopi Krishna from DST. He is heading the Geospatial Innovation Cell in DST, which is going to monitor the progress of this Operation Dronagiri and facilitate the collaboration among different partners. And Dr. Roshan Srivastava, he is from IIT Tirupati, which is a geospatial accelerator, which is coordinating with various incubators finalized in 5 states where it is being implemented. Mr. Pankaj Mishra from Survey of India, he has been involved in the conception of this scheme, and he has been there in the implementation part also. Sri V.K. Shishodia, Agriculture Department, Government of UP, he will be dwelling on the kind of application Agriculture Department, the agriculture sector is looking forward to from this Operation Dronagiri for the benefit of the farmers as well as other stakeholders in the agricultural sector. So discussion points will be basically how has Operation Dronagiri validated the use of geospatial technology in its target section. These are the discussion goals which will be addressed by the panelists over here. And the structure of the session, basically the insights from after this presentation, we will be taking the insights from all the panelists, and then there will be interactive discussion. Then audience engagement, audience is having questions related to any of issues in Operation Dronagiri. We will be welcoming it and try to answer those things. So with this, I thank the audience, and now I hand over it to the panelists. So I'll start with Sri Pankaj Mishra, who has been involved in the conceptualization of the scheme and further also working towards the implementation. So he'll be just giving you the insight about the Operation Dronagiri, how it has evolved and how it is being implemented.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So, as sir has given a broad outline of the Operation Dronagiri project as such, so I would really like to give you a glimpse of how this idea of framing this kind of very interesting project had actually been conceptualized. Because as most of us in this hall, geospatial people, they know that unlocking the geospatial real potential is really challenging, because the user side or application side or the solution side focus had not been there in past. The primary focus had always been there on the data capturing and the processing activities. So that's why a lot of consultative effort had gone into this project sections, and there were a lot of like stakeholder discussions were there. There are a lot of sector-specific consultation meetings were held, and the extensive consultations were done with the industry also, and the end users as well. So the idea was to really identify and talk about some outcome-based approach where some tangible like impact can be delivered or demonstrated with the right kind of geospatial inputs. So that way, they were very interesting like consultation things. Because a lot of problem statements they actually arise. In fact, it was practically not possible to really accommodate all those problem statements, because in special any statement if we try to see, then it ends with some type of data requirements, and the challenges which are there in terms of data requirements and making those data requirements possible or deliver those data requirement, those things also come. So there were certain key sectors which were finally identified as at the end of this extensive consultation process, and it gave clarity to in terms of the kind of like governance structure we should actually have the implementation of this project. So now when we had like a lot of problem statements, so we had narrowed down and listed problem statements so that the focus be on the real end use outcome. And when and there were 2-3 kind of different components which are there now as part of Operation Dronagiri. Like in your kit bags also there is a brochure regarding Operation Dronagiri. So in, see. It is talking about the startup. It is talking about challenges. Talking about really enabling some industry partners who are already providing various services in these 3 identified sectors, and then the kind of data requirements they really the geospatial potential in terms of their activities. So that was something very, very important in this particular project. And when there were some one-to-one discussions also, like there was various one-to-one discussions where some of the experts, they actually gives a lot of inputs with respect to how these things can be implemented. So finally, like this present structure of like there are certain states which have been identified, and there are clearly identified problem statements and problem statements like with respect to challenges. So we are looking forward like what kind of real response we get in terms of the extensive participation, because other panelists will throw light upon the various other components in terms of accelerator activities and other collaborative activities. So I think this is a background with which this was conceptualized, and whatever you will see, you can see in those final problem statements, they were selected. So I think with this I'll close now. I'll hand over to the chair. Thank you.
Mr. Pankaj, you mentioned about the stakeholders consultation. Mr. Pankaj, you have mentioned about the importance of stakeholder consultation. Were there any conflicting priorities among the stakeholders, and how were they addressed during identification of the problem statements or the consultation process?
See, it is ultimately it boils down to the data requirements, which is very wide ranging, and that the data custodians, or even at times that kind of data availability is also not very clear. So that way those challenges were there, but as far as overlapping and this conflict part is there. So I don't know, conflict as such was not the issue, but there was some key data requirements which were there with the most of the stakeholders, like most of the end users, and their problems are based on those key data sets like cadastral data sets. So farm boundary data set, that is very key, very, very important for most of the problem statements. It was very, very key thing, and there were challenges with respect to basically making that available. But I think we got very good response is being received, because a lot of efforts are also being done by the DOLR in this particular domain. So there were data requirement challenges, and to ensure that whatever data is required, if it is available, whether we can really access it, those things were there.
Thank you, Pankaj. Having understood the background of Operation Dronagiri, basically any initiative, it requires a solid implementation framework. So the implementation framework will basically decide whether the desired outcomes or of the initiative will be realized or not. So with this in mind, DST has recently constituted a Geospatial Innovation Accelerator Cell, and Dr. Gopi Krishna is presiding that cell. So Dr. Gopi Krishna, I just wanted to know from you, what role does the Geospatial Innovation Accelerator Cell is playing in ensuring structured implementation of the Operation Dronagiri? And basically, I would also like you to delve upon how do you prioritize sectors or regions for the pilot project? And can you give examples of successful collaboration with startups or other stakeholders so far?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to my fellow panel members and dignitaries of the dais. My fellow panels has given introduction about how this Operation Dronagiri has been launched and what are the nitty-gritties of Operation Dronagiri. Like you all know, DST is entrusted with the responsibility of innovating in the geospatial ecosystem in the NGP 2022. Like various departments have given various responsibilities, DST has been given the responsibility of innovation in the geospatial ecosystem. This Geospatial Innovation Cell, which has been specially created to streamline the activities, was created last month. It's a very new cell in the department. We are having NGP, NSDI divisions earlier, which the mandate is very much diverse. But this GIC was created last month, and much before this Geospatial Innovation Cell was created as a part of the innovation mandate given to DST, Chairman GDPDC, Secretary DST, Survey of India, they are all working on various aspects, how to bring innovation in the geospatial ecosystem in the country, involving various stakeholders like industry, private partners, startups, government, and all. Mishraji has told that getting data is very important, getting reliable data is very important, and bringing all the stakeholders onto a single platform is very crucial in implementing the policy as well as in innovating in the geospatial ecosystem. And again, thanks to GDPDC chairman, who has brought a lot of stakeholders from industry, startups, and private partners into this Operation Dronagiri. The chair has asked how these areas has been prioritized. The areas, if you see them, it is agriculture, livelihoods, logistics, and transport. So these areas, they themselves are of high priority. And my fellow panelist has said, that these areas has been selected based on wide discussion with a lot of stakeholders. So these are the three areas. And now, since this GIC has been established by DST, so the activities of Operation Dronagiri will be expanded. Now we are piloting this Operation Dronagiri in 5 states, in 3 sectors. And I'm sure that these pilots will yield very good results. And in the future, it will be expanded to other sectors as well as in the other states. Like DST through GIC will be providing all the support, necessary support which is required for successful implementation of Operation Dronagiri. And one more thing is, under Operation Dronagiri, we had launched this integrated geospatial data interface, which will be providing for piloting in the 5 states which we had selected initially. There will be a lot of use cases which will be demonstrated also. And one more thing I want to highlight here is DST has established National Spatial Data Infrastructure in 2007. So an NDR has been created, National Data Registry has been created. So we are having 610 data layers. So this is the metadata of 610 data layers available in various states. So again, ISC is there who has developed this IGDI. So we also should look ways for integrating the NDR with GDI. Because there also the main purpose is creating quality geospatial data sets. So this has to be taken into consideration. And one more thing is, in implementation of any program and for its success, the role of state governments is very important. So this, DST through NSDI has established spatial data infrastructures in various states. We are having now in 14 states, we are going to establish in 3 more states. And I think who are all the stakeholders involved in Operation Dronagiri, I think they should collaborate with the state spatial data infrastructures for implementing the program and for testing the used cases. So, Chair, this is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gopi. Now I'll move to Dr. Roshan. Now I'll move to Dr. Roshan, he is from IIT Tirupati, and IIT Tirupati is playing a very key role in coordinating with all the startups, innovators, and it is also coordinating with the various incubators in the 5 states where pilot is running. So I would like to just hear from my colleague, fellow panelist, Dr. Roshan, what is the role of IIT Tirupati iHub Foundation and other geospatial IAs in driving Operation Dronagiri success? And please also, what are the key implementation strategies, challenges for Operation Dronagiri, and how will these be addressed to achieve its goal? Basically, how IIT Tirupati is working towards these objectives.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm this side. Thank you, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Survey of India, GDPDC, DST for giving us this opportunity over here. I would like to first talk about what is this Technology Innovation Hub, what we have. I will not take more than a minute. This is coming under National Mission of Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical Systems. We have got the Technology Innovation Hub on positioning and precision technologies. We work on the 4 major objectives. One is to cater for the translational research. So we kind of provide funding, support to develop translational research, that is, convert the research into products. The second is to cater for the skill gap, what we have in these sectors. So there are various schemes on human resource development and skill development programs. The third is, the most important is today as we talk, is a startup ecosystem. So that is one of our major objectives. And the fourth one would be definitely the collaborations. Here we talk about international collaborations. And to be honest, these collaborations are more to relate to bring the technologies from outside to India in the form of IPs and give it to the startups or in industries. Next slide, please. Yeah. So thanks to DST and GDPDC to identify as one of our technology innovation hub as a nodal agency to be part of this Operation Dronagiri. I'll just go through quickly in next 3 to 4 slides what is the entire process is all about. There are two main bodies which you will be talking about or you'll be hearing very often. One is Geospatial Innovation Hub, which is being created with the support of Survey of India, National Geospatial Program, DST, and IIT Tirupati. So three of us have come together to form this National Geospatial Innovation Hub at Hyderabad, which will cater to all the startup related problems and also the technology development and training. Now, the second most important component, I think I'll come back a little later on GIA, which is called Geospatial Innovation Accelerator, which is going to be the key elements or the key bodies to carry out the first project phase, the pilot phase of this Operation Dronagiri. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is how I think the overall structure would look like, how we are going to have this Operation Dronagiri running. See, the overall implementation, overall planning is coming through DST, GDPDC, and Survey of India, where all the three sectors will be doing the thinking part. And then there is a knowledge partner, which again, my colleague professor will talk from ISC Bangalore later on the GDI, and we'll be the implementation partner because we'll become like a platform to this Operation Dronagiri, where we would like to connect all the stakeholders, the industries, the startups, bring them onto a single platform and make sure this Operation Dronagiri is successful. The three sectors we are talking over here is just a pilot project. So to start off with, we have agriculture as a sector, transportation and infrastructure as one of the sectors, and the last one is skilling and livelihood. So these three sectors have been identified in the first leg of Operation Dronagiri. And as you can see, there are a number of stakeholders, number of participants. Everyone who is sitting in the room is in fact a stakeholder over here in the Operation Dronagiri. And I would definitely like all of you to join Operation Dronagiri. Everyone who is sitting here should be part of Operation Dronagiri. So this is something which is very important. And in fact, right from the private agencies to the government agencies, you can sit. This list is not an exhaustive list. We would like to keep adding this list. But currently, this is what is the program all about. Thank you. Next one. This is the plan. In the first pilot project, we are going to have 5 states participating in this Operation Dronagiri. There have been 5 districts identified, each one from 5 states. To start with, we have Haryana. In Haryana, we have Panipat and Gurugram. Then we have Sonipat, sorry. Sonipat. Then Uttar Pradesh, we have Varanasi. In Assam, we have Kamrup. Then in Andhra Pradesh, we have Vijayanagaram. And in Maharashtra, Washim. So these are the 5 districts where these pilot projects will be carried out. And for each of these 5 states, we have GDPDC has identified 5 geospatial innovation accelerators who are going to handhold all these projects and the startups at their location. To start with, in Maharashtra, we have IIT Bombay Sign. In Haryana, we have Technology Innovation Hub IIT Ropar, which is also known as Awadh. In Uttar Pradesh, we have IIT Kanpur, SIIC. Then we have in Assam, IIM Calcutta, which is, and for Andhra Pradesh, it is IIT Tirupati Technology Innovation Hub. So we are the 5 geospatial innovation accelerators who is going to kind of cater for this implementation of this program across these districts. Next slide, please. Okay, the role is very simple of a GIA. I think as an accelerator, we would like to provide the support to the startups, mentor the startups, create a clear implementation plan, strategy for the startups. There are 2 kinds of startups have been identified to carry out this program. The first one will be the growth stage, the early stage startups who will be coming as a proof of concepts. Then the second one will be the growth stage startups. Those who already have the solutions, they'll be coming in the growth stage startup to implement this. For early stage startups, the funding goes up to 10 lakhs. And for the growth stage startups, the funding goes up to 50 lakhs. And we also have the platform ready for this. We have already launched Operation Dronagiri. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Next. Next, last slide. Yeah. So I would request all of you to please take a screenshot of this. This is an Operation Dronagiri website. All the details about the Operation Dronagiri will be available in this website. There's also a platform through which all these startups can be getting connected. The platform is called Sanchi Connect platform, through which all the startups will be onboarded. And if any queries are there, please, there's an email over there, od@iittnif.com. Please note down this email ID also. In case if you have any difficulty, please let us know. We'll be very happy to kind of support and make sure that we'll be able to solve any of the queries what you have. Can you go back, please? Yeah. So when you log into the website, you'll be also seeing at the various sectors and the problem statements. Now, again, there's a very good opportunity for the community to look at what kind of a problem statements we can solve. So with the support of Survey of India and other agencies across the states, a lot of data sets have been onboarded through a platform GDI, which I think our colleague will be explaining a little later. But otherwise, I think there are a number of problem statements already been listed. We are also open to add many more other problem statements. Yes, sir, we are done, sir. Thank you so much. If you have any queries, please let us know. We'll be very happy to support.
Thank you, Dr. Roshan. Now we have heard about from the panelists, the coordination, the implementation framework, and basically the team which is providing the technology backbone to this Operation Dronagiri. It is being led by Dr. Inder Gopal. So now I would like to hear from Dr. Inder Gopal that how does the GDA initiative empower the stakeholders with the right data and the tools? And basically, what challenges do you face in data integration across different sectors? Because we are having data of different granularity and different format. So how well, the GDA is equipped and how GDA is handling the harmonization process of the data coming from different channels, and how do you ensure data quality and reliability for decision making?
Excellent questions. And firstly, let me thank Survey of India, DST, GDPDC for really putting on an amazing event. And I'm hoping that this will be the start of something really revolutionary in the space. I think as my colleague from Tirupati had mentioned, one of the primary objectives of Operation Dronagiri and this whole program is really to support startups, to help them, to create the wave of innovation in this geospatial sector. And let me answer your question by giving you an example of what a startup, what kind of challenges a startup faces when they try to build an application, right? So let's say it's a startup that is, in agriculture, right? Doing some personalized agriculture. So they have some really clever AI/ML algorithms to, take data and, create customized agricultural programs for different farmers. First thing is they need the data, right? And where do they get the data from? Well, they know some data is available from the central government, some data from the state government, some data from maybe public sector, private sector, other public sector agencies. They don't have the first idea how to get this data. Who do they go to, right? Who has ownership of this data, right? If they have ownership, do they have to pay for this data, right? Even the people who are giving the data actually don't quite understand that very often, right? So what you have is essentially a lot of frustration on the part of these startups They run from pillar to post. They're begging people, oh, please give me this, please give me this. They spend the first year, sometimes the first couple of years of their operation, really trying to get just to the starting point where they can start applying their clever ideas because they have enough data. And very often they don't even get to that point. They lose all their money, their funds run out, and they don't even get to the starting gate, right? So this is the fate of a lot of startups. They just are the data infrastructure, the ecosystem, the availability of high quality data in this country is just extremely poor. So what we are trying to do in many ways is really try to address this problem. And GDI is one solution, right? And what it is a state-of-the-art solution that brings together technologies, the best technologies from around the world, to do many different things to help this particular startup, right? So one thing it does is it provides the ability to create a catalog of data. So what are all the data that's available within the ecosystem? You can know where that is, you know what the metadata is, you know who to go to get access to this data, whether you have to pay for it, whether you don't have to pay for it, how long you will have access, all these kinds of things are available. So there's a catalog function, right? And this is programmatically searchable with standardized APIs. Then what you have is you have authorization. Because a lot of the data is not open data, right? We heard a lot about data portals. I mean, data portals are easy to build. I mean, you put the data out there and, anyone can download it. Most data has access controls associated with it. You only want the data to go to certain people, right? You only want the data to be shared if you're a member of a certain organization, or you have paid your subscription fees or something like that. And in some cases, the data has personal information. You want the personal information to be removed before the data can be shared. Right? So these are all the complexities which make the difference between a data portal and a data exchange. Right? And what GDI really does is it provides the authorization and the consent capability, right, for making data exchanges happen, as opposed to just simply downloading something from a data portal. And then the third aspect is standardization of the data, right? Making sure that you can understand the data, right? All the data is in different forms, right? I mean, we just heard, Mr. Pathak talking about different formats, right? And how do you make sure that all the data you get is understandable? So one way of doing that is to translate the data into a standard format. And so you may have data stored in many different places and many different formats, but you can translate it into a common format and understand it in a common way. And that's essentially another aspect of GDI, the GDI interface. And then there's things like, as I mentioned, privacy, ensuring that all data is secure, expunged from any private information that shouldn't be disclosed, and then a whole analytics framework that allows AI/ML to be built. So the GDI platform is extremely rich, extremely capable, and we're hoping that will allow the startup to really very rapidly come in, get data, become productive, and in a matter of months, as opposed to years, deliver products, right? Deliver solutions and products to the various sectors. A few other points, just very quickly. What we have done is based upon as people have mentioned, it's from ISC. ISC, as you may know, does a lot of research work, but we also do what's called translational programs, right? We try to take research ideas and move them into reality, right? Because our thinking has been very often the research is too ivory tower. It's a bunch of people writing papers, to each other. And this is a way of taking research ideas and moving it into the real world, right? And so we very much are starting to move, in many universities to doing these kinds of programs. We are creating not just concepts, but we're creating production systems that we will deploy and actually understand in the field, right? So it's all open source. Everything is, and that's, I think, extremely important, right? So it's available under an Apache 2 license, right? It's federated, right? This is an extremely important thing that
we must understand is a critical requirement. You cannot expect all the data to be aggregated into one point. Everybody wants to retain control of their data, right? So if I'm a producer of data, if I'm a government agency, I want to keep the data to myself. I don't mind sharing it in some very controlled way, but I don't want to give it to you, right? And you have another copy of the data that kind of somehow conflicts with mine, and then how do you keep the two up to date? So the whole idea is that the system must be federated. The data remains with the owners of the data, but there's a single view of all the data that exists. So these are sort of some of the principles: high quality, scalability, and the kinds of applications we very much want to see, as part of this Dronagiri pilot is as I think we talked about before, agriculture, sustainable living and urban use, and in transportation. And we are already starting to work very much with the kind of startups that can create interesting applications and services in those space. And hopefully, by the end of the Dronagiri experiments, we will actually have some real applications, right? And if any of you has applications and services, please, have a discussion with us. We will try to get the data available that supports your application. And also, if you get a chance, there's a brochure here that talks about GDI. Please read it if you're interested, or you can also go to the website. There's a lot of information, and it is in the early stage. So we have created an initial system that is available for you, but there's a lot of opportunity for improvement and enhancement. So we are eager to partner with other government agencies or with the private sector, very much the private sector, to get ideas and concepts to help us improve what it is that we have done. So thank you for that, and I'll turn it back.
Thank you, Dr. Gopal. I think GDA is going to play a very important role in this Operation Dronagiri. Basically, all the data sets which are being collected from different agencies. So finally, it has to be served in a useful format, and which can be consumed by different applications. So I think GDA's role will be very, very key in this initiative. Now we have heard from our distinguished panelists who given basically from innovation to technology support. Now we will be moving to our guest from UP. He is from Agriculture Department of Government of UP, and basically practical application of agriculture he'll be dwelling upon. And my question is from Sisodia ji, that from your experience in agriculture, what are the most pressing challenges, and how can Operation Dronagiri address them?
Thank you, respected Chairman sir, distinguished panelists, honorable senior officers, and audience, please. I think if I speak some words in Hindi, the audience will not mind. Huh? Thank you. सर, आपने पूछा कि मेरे पूरे डिपार्टमेंट में इस अनुभव के आधार पे जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं और उनको किस तरह से ऑपरेशन द्रोणागिरी एड्रेस करता है, तो आपने अपने एड्रेस में ही अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में फार्म एडवाइजरी सर्विस के बारे में बात की. और फार्म एडवाइजरी सर्विसेज में हम लोग जो देखते हैं फील्ड में, डिस्पाइट सेवरल एफर्ट्स ऑफ मेकिंग सॉइल टेस्टिंग, ट्रेनिंग ऑफ फार्मर्स अबाउट सॉइल फर्टिलिटी, और हम लोग अभी जो रेशियो होना चाहिए डिफरेंट फर्टिलाइज़र यूजेस का फार्म पे वो नहीं मेंटेन कर पाए हैं. फर्टिलाइज़र ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फार्मर्स यूज़ करना चाहता है, और जो आपने इसमें टारगेट रखा है कि सॉइल के बारे में, तो सॉइल में अगर फर्टिलिटी स्टेटस के बारे में हम उसको जानकारी थ्रू स्पेशल इकोसिस्टम के माध्यम से देंगे, तो उस पर हम काम कर सकते हैं कि डिफरेंट हम जोन क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, और विद इन जोन भी फर्टिलिटी के हिसाब से कुछ ट्रेंड सेट कर सकते हैं, और जो फार्मर्स हैं उसके अनुसार उसको फर्टिलाइज़र यूज़ करने के लिए मोटिवेशन कर सकते हैं. दैट विल बी अल्टीमेटली हेल्पफुल फॉर द हेल्थ ऑफ सॉइल, health of produce that we consume, and ultimately for the health of consumer that we are. दूसरा जो एस्पेक्ट है चैलेंजेस में वो ये है कि जो क्रॉप हेल्थ है, क्रॉप हेल्थ के बारे में बहुत अच्छा एस्टिमेशन कई बार किसानों को नहीं हो पाता है, और टाइमली उसको रेक्टिफाई करने के लिए या उसमें प्रोटेक्शन देने के लिए लेट हो जाते हैं, जिससे उनको लॉस होता है. दैट इज़ ऑल्सो लिंक विद क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस. क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस में भी वेदर के साथ में अगर उसको जोड़ा जाए तो वहाँ पे भी हम फार्मर्स को काफ़ी बेनिफिट दे सकते हैं. One more aspect I would like to elaborate, I don't know which has been considered or not, or is under consideration, that is estimation of crop coverage. Can I?
Yes, sure.
Estimation of crop coverage के बारे में मैं ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि over a long period हमेशा नेकेड आई से एस्टिमेशन ऑफ क्रॉप कवरेज किया गया है, और सेवरल प्रोस एंड कॉन्स उसमें रहते हैं. लेकिन लास्ट ईयर 2023 में जब डिजिटल क्रॉप सर्वे शुरू हुआ तो यूपी में 21 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में ये काम किया गया, और वहाँ बहुत एनकरेजिंग रिजल्ट मिले. इसके बाद में इस साल से लास्ट ईयर खरीफ से इसको पूरे ऑल 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में कवर किया गया. बट इसमें क्या है कि 6 लाख गाटा है, 6 लाख से ज़्यादा गाटा है. 34,000 सर्वेयर्स डेप्लॉय करने पड़े. 45 डेज कॉन्टिन्यूस एक्सरसाइज चली, दैट टू 3 टाइम्स इन ईयर. तो मेरे हिसाब से इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा रिसोर्सेज और टाइम लगता है, रिसोर्सेज लगते हैं. अगर हम इस जियोस्पेशल डाटा के माध्यम से इस पे काम कर सकें तो दैट विल बी मच बेनिफिशियल फॉर अस, फॉर द प्लानर्स, फॉर यूजर्स, फॉर फार्मर्स, एंड फॉर अस एज एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सिसोदिया जी. आपने यू हैव सेट अ टास्क फॉर द ऑपरेशन द्रोणागिरी टीम. So definitely, I mean, all these aspects will be taken care of, and in some form, the team will work towards finding the solutions for the problem statement you have put in. So now I think we have heard our distinguished panelists. So I would like to just open the floor for the question answer. So from the audience, if someone has a question, please feel free to ask your questions.
Sir, IIT has explained well, but better to give some more time to explain the remaining also, as the fruits what we are expecting from Dronagiri, as well as the tools maybe explained some more explicitly.
Okay, sir. I think tools,
and startups who are already involved with you, and what are the goals, timelines like that?
Okay, so the overall program is about 6 months. So the call for application has already started. Since the moment they get selected, you get 6 months to develop the solution. The onboarding is ongoing now. It's not like startups have been already onboarded. They are applying for the applications are on. So yeah, I think the Sanchi Connect is a tool. If you go to the website, you have a link to apply. So the startups can go there and apply.
So who will share this geospatial data to these startups?
Okay, so the whole idea is the data is shared through GDI platform. So all the data sets which are available is listed in the GDI platform. And for each of the districts, various data sets have been collected from the state governments as well as from Survey of India and hosted in this website, GDI platform. So with the existing data sets, and also the startups are encouraged to bring their own data sets also and host it through GDI.
So what are the outcomes we are expecting from this, or benefits?
So for the early stage startup, we are looking at something like a proof of concept to be developed for the problem statement, what we are looking at. So there are a number of problem statements already listed. And for the growth stage startup, it's an implementation part, expecting that you already have a solution with you or a model with you. you'll be allowed to build on that. So maybe I'm thinking of taking TRL 5 or 6 through 4 in the growth stage startups.
So we'll move to the next question. If
Sir, I can talk to you off the record.
Yeah.
I mean, off the stage.
Okay. Sir.
So actually what Mr. Reddy has asked a question. Actually the message is not getting, I mean, it's reaching in a layman's language.
Okay.
So the point is this, what I will just see, there are various ministries and departments and agencies are there. They have lot of geospatial data. At present, this geospatial data are not being used in a coherent manner. So this platform, what they are creating, which will have a registry, whatever data available, actually this ministry or that agency, they have through API, they have to give access to those data. And after that, they can use this data. At present, this data, which are in, following different standards, different standard operating procedures, so they are not in a position to talk to each other. So IMD is having data in some different format. Agriculture department is having in some different format. Survey of India is having in different format. With this GDI platform, we should have a uniform language, uniform metadata, so that whenever we want to use for any development of any application or for any use case, so that you can use those data. That is the overall purpose of this operation Dronagiri. So this geospatial data interface, so that this data you can use once it is there in our this operation Dronagiri, the GDI, then you can start using it very easily. So, and it is a very, very Herculean task. Among all these tasks, this is the most difficult task. So that is why at initial stage, it is very conscious decision to start only in the 5 states and each state 1 district. Then it will be slowly, it will be upscaled. Even now also, not all the agencies, they have provided their data. We are pursuing with them. We are following it with them. So it is that's why I told you, this is the most Herculean task in all this system. It is quite difficult also. Difficult to absorb although difficult to implement also.
But just if I may just add one thing to what Bakwanaji just said, you know, it is difficult for us to get the data, right, to create Dronagiri. Imagine how difficult it is for a startup to get the data. You know, we at least have, you know, the power of the government and, you know, national initiatives behind us. For a startup, you know, three people, how are they going to get data? I mean, you know, it's impossible, right? Just shows you how difficult it is. The barrier is so high for these people.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, we have already NSDA and Bhuvan platform for the spatial data. And what more in GDI is providing? Sir, what is the speciality or what is the additional thing what we can?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat the question?
Sir, the National Spatial Data Infrastructure, I think there is a platform for the data, metadata checking and other things. Then Bhuvan platform is also there. And other many various platforms are there. Now, what additionally in that this Dronagiri project, this NGDA is supporting? What I asked.
So GDI is supporting a catalog service, right, which is standardized metadata, standardized, and we are using standards to the extent that we can from external, from things that are already done. GDI is supporting an authorization and consent service, right? So there's a set of functions that relate to getting access to the data, getting authorization, being able to ensure policies that the data provider enforces or wants enforced by the platform, right? GDI is doing what's called a well, it's called many different things, but basically translating in runtime the format from whatever proprietary format is being stored to the standard format, which to the extent that is possible is OGC standards, right? But in some cases, we are having to use other standards as well, right? We can talk more detail. Then GDI is providing a set of privacy frameworks, right? Which allow you to automatically ensure that the data that's being released is not violating any DPDP laws, right? DPDP violations, and then finally, what GDI is providing is a set of analytics capabilities, right? Analytics frameworks and AI ML features.
Let me add to that. Bhuvan gives you one kind of data from satellite data. Morning you heard some speakers, Geological Survey of India has its own portal. Hydrocarbons has its own portal. So every ministry and agency is obviously entitled to create a portal for their own data. But imagine for a startup or a company to go to 20 different ministries and get data from the portal, which is in different forms, is not easy. We are providing a single window to get data from all the ministries, even though that data might be available directly at a ministry also, but this becomes a single place, convenient place to get the data in a standard format. For example, take satellite data from NRSC comes here, weather data comes from IMD, soil data comes from soil department, agri data comes from Krishi DSS. All of that you see as one catalog here and a single place from which you can get the data. That is the convenience that is being offered.
I just want to add one more thing. See, Bhuvan or IMD data or Krishi data or any other portal, you may not find a uniform administrative boundary because everyone is following their different kind of boundaries. Plus, everyone is following different standards also. So once this GDI is there, we will then ask them to re-engineer their data. And we are in touch with those ministries. We are telling that like Registrar General of India. So Survey of India's administrative boundary and their administrative boundary, they are the most important two departments. Even their administrative boundaries were not harmonized since 1905. So with this GDI, we came to understand that let us first start harmonizing the administrative boundary. So now first time this administrative boundary have been harmonized. So if you will put Sonepar district agriculture data or IMD data or Bhuvan data, you will find uniform kind of result. That is the purpose. Yeah.
So basically, it is giving an authoritative geospatial context to different data sets. So that is what GDI is going to, wherein Survey of India base layer is there, and on top of it, various thematic layers will be overlaid. So it will be an authoritative data, and from a single window, this can be accessed. So now, if
Hello. Hello. Sir, I heard you, and actually, why do you want to limit it to startups only? Because there are established companies who want to participate like us. Why is it limited to startups?
It's not limited.
No. It's just an example. Yeah.
Okay. 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 Thanks. That's a relief. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
So,
Sir, one more question.
Last question, please.
The first, I would like to ask you, sir, one thing. The startups or the companies, private companies who have developed the multiple analytical tools, okay? How feasible to integrate directly with the GDI? Okay. GDI is open to integrate the private industry, whatever the tools they have developed using AI, machine learning, or the automation techniques, okay? So are you open for that first?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we have to understand what tools, when you say tools, I don't quite know exactly
This
what.
tool basically like algorithms, like if you talk about the object detections, okay, classification, image classification, or extracting insights from the any input, like as sir mentioned, like crop health, okay. Like for example, we have the crop health or crop yield directly detect from the tools, okay. So GDI is giving access directly to integrate the tools, okay, so that anyone can access and direct getting the insights because the huge data as it's available in the GDI.
Yeah, so absolutely. I mean, the whole purpose of GDI is to enable, those kinds of use cases, right? So and so absolutely, the answer is 100%. But let me just mention one thing. We try to make the platform. No, we make the platform open source, right? Because our view is that this is digital public infrastructure. It has to be something that everybody can get access to, everyone can contribute to, and should not be proprietary for any particular vendor, right? So we have an API, right? Anything above the API, things that use the API to get access to data, if you have some innovative, services and capabilities, those things you can keep proprietary. But if you want to contribute something into the platform, right, itself, below the API, we would like that to be open source. We're open to contribution, and we would happily work with you, but we would like what you contribute that is below the API to be open source.
Okay.
Right.
Fine, sir. Thank you. Yeah. And the second question, like
okay,
again,
I think we have already exceeded the time, so there is a next session planned. So
okay, sir, no problem. We'll ask later. Then. Okay.
So now we have come to the closing of the sessions. So I thank you all the panelists and the audience for this engaging sessions. So we have heard from all the panelists, I mean, how they in the individual capacity and their organization is working towards the success of Operation Dronagiri. And hopefully by the March 2025, we'll be seeing the fruits of this operation and initiative. And then we will be thinking of scaling up to further scaling up in different states and different districts. Thank you. Thank you all.
And the session chair for sharing light and the perspectives of the Operation Dronagiri, a project that is both ambitious as well as very necessary towards the moving ahead towards the implementation of national geospatial policy. And we are excited towards the scalability of this project, this pilot project, into other sectors and also into various other like right now it's covering 3 sectors, so we would like to see more its implementation and the usability into the other sectors as well. So with this, we came to the end of this session, and I would like to request Mr. Neeraj Gurjar, Director SOI, to please come up on the stage and facilitate our chair and the panelists of this session. So I would like to request you to please facilitate Shri D.N. Pathak, Director, Survey of India. I request you to please facilitate Shri Pankaj Mishra, DST, Survey of India. To Shri Gopi Krishnan Konga, Scientist F, National Spatial Data Infrastructure. Shri V.K. Sisodia, Additional Director, Agriculture Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. To Professor Inder Gopal, Professor, Center for Data for Public Good, Indian Institute of Science. And Dr. Roshan Srivastava, Associate Professor, IIT Delhi. Request you also please come forward for a group photograph. you so much. Now I may request the gathering to proceed for a brief tea break before we rejoin at 3:30 p.m. for the next session on National Geodetic Reference Frame Challenges in Implementation.
Survey of India, the National Mapping Agency, has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering these stations collect 7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of country's resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevni Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग भारत सरकार का सबसे पुराना वैज्ञानिक विभाग है। देश की प्रधान सर्वेक्षण तथा मानचित्रण एजेंसी के रूप में भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग 19वीं शताब्दी से नेशनल स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम का निर्माण एवं अनुरक्षण कर रहा है, जो कि पूरे राष्ट्र में मानक सर्वेक्षण एवं मानचित्रण के लिए बुनियादी ढांचा प्रदान करता है। भारत सरकार द्वारा वर्ष 2022 में जारी राष्ट्रीय भूस्थानिक नीति के अंतर्गत दिए वर्ष 2025 तक के लक्ष्य प्राप्ति हेतु भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग देश भर में कंटिन्यूअसली ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस स्टेशन CORS का एक विस्तृत नेटवर्क तैयार कर रहा है, जो कि नेशनल स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम के उपयोग तथा फायदों को भारत के समस्त नागरिकों तथा शिक्षण एवं व्यावसायिक संस्थानों को सुलभ करवाने में सक्षम होगा। CORS स्थायी रूप से स्थापित रेफरेंस स्टेशनों का एक नेटवर्क है जो उच्च परिशुद्धता श्रेणी के GNSS उपकरणों से लैस है। ये स्टेशन सभी उपलब्ध GNSS उपग्रहों का अनवरत डेटा एकत्र करते हैं और देश के लिए अच्छी तरह से निर्दिष्ट, स्थिर, अत्यधिक सटीक और आसानी से सुलभ स्पेशल रेफरेंस फ्रेम बनाते हैं। CORS स्टेशन रियल टाइम किनेमेटिक्स बेस्ड स्टेशनों के रूप में भी कार्य करते हैं, जो इंटरनेट के माध्यम से संशोधन प्रसारित कर GNSS उपकरणों की वास्तविक समय स्थिति की सटीकता को बढ़ाते हैं। इसलिए इस प्रौद्योगिकी के महत्व और उपयोगिता को देखते हुए भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग ने पूरे देश में 1000 से अधिक CORS स्टेशन स्थापित किए हैं, जो वर्ष के 365 दिन लगातार कार्य करने में सक्षम हैं। व्यावसायिक सर्वेक्षण और मानचित्रण संस्थान CORS नेटवर्क द्वारा प्रसारित संशोधन सेवाओं की सदस्यता लेकर मानचित्र तथा सर्वेक्षण कार्य में लगने वाले संसाधनों, श्रम शक्ति तथा लागत में काफी कमी ला सकते हैं, जिससे उनकी उत्पादकता में भारी वृद्धि होगी। CORS स्टेशनों द्वारा एकत्रित GNSS डेटा लगातार केंद्रीय सर्वर में भेजा जाता है, जहां से उपभोक्ता इस एकत्रित डेटा को पोस्ट प्रोसेसिंग इत्यादि कार्यों हेतु इंटरनेट के माध्यम से डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। इस डेटा का उपयोग सटीक जियोडेटिक निर्देशांक के निर्धारण के अतिरिक्त विभिन्न प्रकार के वैज्ञानिक अध्ययनों जैसे कि आयनोस्फेरिक और ट्रोपोस्फेरिक मॉडलिंग, भूकंप तथा भूगर्भ संबंधी अध्ययनों, समुद्र के स्तर में वृद्धि, जलवायु परिवर्तन और मौसम संबंधी अध्ययन आदि में भी होगा। CORS डेटा और संशोधन सेवाएं मुक्त और सार्वजनिक प्रोटोकॉल में प्रसारित किए जाते हैं, जिससे वे अधिक सुलभ और उपयोग में आसान हो जाते हैं। देशव्यापी CORS नेटवर्क विभिन्न विकास कार्यों जैसे भूमि बंदोबस्त, भूमि उपयोग निर्धारण, स्मार्ट सिटी, सड़क और रेल नेटवर्क और अन्य बुनियादी ढांचागत परियोजनाएं जैसे गैस, पानी, बिजली, संचार, रसद आदि हेतु भौगोलिक डेटा के संग्रहण, भंडारण तथा प्रसंस्करण हेतु एकल मानक उपलब्ध कराएगा। ये विभिन्न संगठनों और एजेंसियों द्वारा बनाए गए भूस्थानिक डेटा में संगतता, समरूपता और सादृश्यता सुनिश्चित करेगा, जिससे इन संस्थाओं के बीच साझाकरण तथा सहयोग बढ़ेगा, दोहराव कम होगा तथा देश के संसाधनों का बेहतर तरीके से उपयोग हो सकेगा।
Our job is our life's work. Work that is concentrated in helping you and enabling our customers to do their life's work better. From transporting supplies to planting and harvesting crops, mapping the world around us managing water and natural resources, building and maintaining infrastructure. Trimble fuels a better way to work. Trimble, transforming the way the world works.
The Singapore Satellite Positioning Reference Network, or SIRENT for short, is Singapore's global navigation infrastructure network of 10 stations, established and maintained by SLA since 2006. Researchers from Nanyang Technological University's Earth Observatory of Singapore use these reference stations, located in coastal areas, to monitor rising sea levels.
The siren stations help us monitor both land surface events and the rising sea levels. We use direct signals from satellites to track how the land moves up and down. Additionally, satellite signals can be reflected off the sea surface.
So you keep that thing.
ट्रिम्बल के ट्रैक्टर डिवाइस का एक फ़ायदा और यह है जी कि उसमें जो है ना ड्राइवर थकता नहीं बिल्कुल भी, और जो है ना जैसा उसको कमांड दे देगा ट्रैक्टर वैसे ही काम करेगा। इस डिवाइस को लगाने से ट्रैक्टर की डीजल खपत भी कम होती है और मेंटेनेंस का खर्चा भी कम आता है। इस डिवाइस को लगवाने से हमारे पैसे और समय दोनों की बचत होती है, और मैं किसान भाइयों को ये सलाह देता हूँ कि आप जो है ट्रिम्बल का ट्रैक्टर गाइडेंस डिवाइस
Profitable and sustainable farming is within your reach. You can leverage agriculture technologies to transform planting, cultivation, and harvest data at scale, in real time, to bring speed, automation, and profitability to agriculture and forestry operations. Sustainably, with improved yields and fewer inputs. You can get it right. With Hexagon sensors, software, and autonomous technologies, you can create real-world systems in the digital world. Smart digital realities that are at the core of every solution we provide. Smart digital realities are the most dynamic and powerful use of data in history, freeing farm and forest operators from the constraints of knowledge, time, and distance, empowering real-time insights for predictability throughout agricultural operations. From successful planning to harvesting, a smarter approach to decision-making across the agricultural life cycle, even in the face of uncertainty and change, visibility, control, speed, and agility. The smart digital reality continuously and autonomously uncovers insights hidden in the abundant yet under-leveraged trove of agriculture data, enabling real-time analysis and visualizations of resources, time horizons, and workflows. Making precision farming more accurate and reliable through integrated field-ready positioning technologies, autonomously adjusting cultivation and harvest for optimal yield with minimal inputs. Hexagon puts data's infinite potential to work.
Survey of India, the National Mapping Agency, has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24 by 7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24 by 7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of Course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use.
A very warm good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be beginning with our next session very soon. So I request you all to please be seated. All the guests who are enjoying their tea and coffee outside, please join us. We'll be starting our session on the National Geodetic Reference Frame very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, another request to kindly join us for the next session. All our guests who are enjoying their tea and coffee outside, may I please request you to join us and be seated in the hall for the next session on National Geodetic Reference Frame, Challenges in Implementation. We plan to begin shortly. May I request my colleagues, the organizing team, if we can just request people to join us in the hall? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us once again after this short break for the next session on National Geodetic Reference Frame Challenges in Implementation. Geospatial data is increasingly recognized as a fundamental component of national infrastructure, providing critical societal, economic, and environmental benefits. It serves as a foundational reference frame for integrating government systems, services, and sustainable development initiatives using location as a common element. Recognizing this critical role of GRFs in establishing and sustaining the geospatial ecosystem, the National Geospatial Policy 2022 or NGP prioritizes the redefinition of the National Geodetic Framework. This initiative leverages modern positioning technologies and ensures online access to the framework, supporting the advancement of geospatial capabilities. Location data is the foundation for our understanding and interaction with the spatial world. Whether we describe it absolutely or correlatively, it serves as a crucial reference for a wide range of human activities and scientific applications. The panelists in our session would discuss the necessity of a uniform geodetic reference frame at the national level and the approach required for its modernization and adoption. With this, I am pleased to invite to the dais the chair of the session, Shri Hitesh Kumar S. Makwana, IAS, Surveyor General of India, and our esteemed panelists, Shri Jay Prasad, Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, Shri P. Madhusudan Reddy, IAS, Director of Survey and Settlement, Government of Tamil Nadu, Shri Pramod Sharma, Director Works, National High Speed Rail Corporation Limited, Shri Neeraj Gurjar, Director, Survey of India, Shri Pramod Kaushik, President, Hexagon India, Shri Rajan Iyer, Managing Director, Trimble India, and Dr. Manish Saxena, Indian Space Research Organization. With that, I hand over the dais to the session chair, Shri Hitesh Kumar Makwana, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all the participants. Now, I think still tea break is going on. I know that ITC has served us tea very late. So that could be the reason for this delay start of this particular session. However, as you know that the session title is National Geodetic Reference Frame Challenges in Implementation. Most of us are aware that for location of any place, we require some reference. Earlier, during 18th century, rather I can say 19th century, when Great Trigonometry Survey was done, more than 3,000 permanent stations were installed, and that became a reference frame in our country. Those days, whatever was the modern technology available, using that technology, a reference frame of our country was prepared, and it was almost in use for, we can say, whole 19th century and 20th century. No doubt in between, there are two times some corrections were done. 1888 and 1856. Now, with advent of new modern technologies, we have CORS network across the country, and it has made a robust geodetic reference frame. We all know that India is at present a country having more than 1,000 CORS across the country. This is being monitored by Survey of India. Apart from that, there are many static CORS also available with various research institutions, and some of the infrastructure department, they have also created their own CORS station. Now, important thing is that when we prepared a list, how many people in whole country, a country of almost 140 crores population, how many people they are using this CORS network which has been created by Survey of India. Today, this number is around 5,700. This country is having lot of infrastructure companies. We have a lot of research institutions. We have a lot of universities, government departments, various state government agencies are there, and still we have reached to only registered users are 5,700 and odd. That means there's fundamentally some issues in implementation of this National Geodetic Reference Frame. So we found that let us listen to all the participants or all the stakeholders like state government, academia, private players, and central government ministries. And that is why we have this one of the important sessions of national workshop on National Geodetic Reference Frame, challenges in its implementation. We have distinguished panel on the dais, and all the panelists, they will tell their experience, and they will also highlight what are the issues. Now, only my request would be each panelist may not take more than 5 minutes, because we have constraint of time, and within 5 minutes we should make a precise and concise message to all the people who are present here. So with this, I will request Sri Jai Prasad, who is a Director in Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. He will tell about how this is being used in these various space applications and what are the challenges in its implementation.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, delegates from various central, state, private institutes and startups, and your friends and colleagues, a very good evening to all of you. At the outset, on behalf of Director SAC, Sri Nilesh M. Desai, and my colleague, Dr. Gaurav Jain, let me thank the organizers, especially Sri Hitesh Kumar S. Makwana sir, IAS, Surveyor General of India, SOI, for inviting Space Application Center for this important meeting, for strengthening the geospatial ecosystem at this Bharat Mandapam. Stronger geospatial ecosystem will boost the PM's vision of Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Can you show the first slide, please? Yeah. This slide shows some of the 8 core stations established by Space Application Center along with the Survey of India networks, and soon this will be a part of the total networks of India. Next slide, please. We had a long association with Survey of India. The glimpses of collaboration between the SAC, ISRO and SOI over a period of time is shown here. From 70 to 90, we have the topographic map library, aerial survey planning, GCPs for rectifying satellite imageries, generation of thematic maps and base maps at coarser scales, They were all used by these, the so-called coast network of the topographic map. From 1990 to 2000, we have preliminary satellite photogrammetry from IRS 1C, 1D, across track stereo, GCPs, GCP library, control points for validating the GPS measurements, satellite photogrammetric training for ISRO scientists at STA UPAL. In 2000 to 2010, we had TES, the best 1 meter data at that time, along with DGPS and total station survey. We studied that cadastral level updation, Cartosat 1 stereo for satellite-based photogrammetry. We generated national DEM for valid and also images. Today morning also, we discussed about that. Base map at larger scales, NRDB datum, conversion validation, digital topography maps in WS84 datum. From 2010 to 2024, course reference stations were established, MOU for scientific collaboration for land deformation and other geoscience applications. And 25 and beyond, we will be ingesting ISRO's course to the national frames, course for future science mission, especially NISAR, and collaboration for strengthening the geospatial ecosystem. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is a much awaited NASA ISRO SAR, synthetic aperture radar SAR, NISAR, and it will be launched in the first quarter of 2025. It is having a specific deformation studies, and it will give reference to the geoscience applications in addition to the various other applications. Next, please. So we used the course networks, and we have an MOU, and we have utilized this course network for geosarts of earthquakes, and interferometric SAR is a powerful technique to derive LOS displacement. And we have studied LOS and line of sight displacement from Sentinel-1 as well as the ALOS data for deriving the LOS displacement, and we use the course network for validating those parameters. Next one.
Last 1 minute.
Yeah. Next. Yeah, this is used for INSAR for landslide also. Next, please. So we have a long association for the future perspective for combination of various satellite-based missions like altimetry, interferometry, and high resolution. And we should have a follow-on of Cartosat 1 stereo and as a survey of India as a proposer. And next one, please. We have two web portals, MOSDAC and Vedas, which is utilizing various applications, and course networks as well as these kind of various GPS data will be strengthening the positional accuracy of these funds. Thank you very much, and all the NISAR data will be available in the Bhuvan data sets also, Bhuvan sites, Bhuniri sites. Anybody can download freely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jay Prasad, for explaining that how ISRO and they are using this CORS network. Now I will request Sri P. Madhusudan Reddy, IAS, who is Director of Survey and Settlement, Government of Tamil Nadu. He will give the state government's perspective. Tamil Nadu was the first state in whole country who has installed 75 CORS stations in 2019. Then what are the issues they faced and how these issues have been rectified, that he will explain his experience. Plus, most of the state governments where there is a CORS available, that's mostly it is used for the land survey only. There are so many other applications are also there. No doubt Ms. Madhusudan may not be in position to tell what are the other applications, but those at that time we will request our private players to explain what are the usage of CORS for apart from this the land survey and cadastral survey. So over to Madhusudan.
Sir, thank you, sir, for inviting us to this wonderful conference. And good afternoon to you, sir, and other panelists and their delegates here. As sir said, I would be sharing Tamil Nadu's experience, how the journey went ahead and how we are using it. Actually, how we even came to know about this CORS is, in a demonstrative setting when Commissioner was Mr. Jatindranath Swain, sir. So we were examining the DGPS or GPS measurements with a fixed base and a rover. Then we asked the demonstrators, why can't there be a fixed base station spread across the state? Why you are always shifting the base from here to that location and then trying to do the survey? Then they told us, no, sir, already there is a technology called the CORS. It's a well-established technology across the, developed countries, Western countries. And then we immediately asked them what will be the costing and all. Then we floated a tender to establish 70 stations were required for us to establish at a distance of spacing of 70 kilometers between each station. And this CORS technology is a very, very significant one in establishing the National Geodetic Reference Framework. And the beauty of this technology is that the network RTK is signaling it, the computational capacities it makes so that the accuracy is arrived at. It tracks so many constellations of satellites and receives the information in the receiver. And against all this network of 70 stations or whatever 1,000 stations we are putting in a particular network, and the entire information is received and then processed in a software, and the correction factor is transmitted to the surveyor who is having a single pole rover instrument, which makes the entire process of the survey very portable and user-friendly, and a light surveying and a quick surveying with a accuracy of 3 to 10 centimeter accuracy. So that's how we started. And this is our network of CORS stations we established in 2007. As Sir said, we were the first state to do. Now we realized the importance of getting into the National Geodetic Reference Framework. That's why we entered into the MOU with the Survey of India. And with the sanction from the Surveyor General of India, now the project is undertaken to upgrade the existing stations to the more available constellations of the satellites to track, with even having a facility to install automatic weather stations in future. Sir, your other applications, sir, we are envisaging to go ahead apart from the cadastral survey. And the challenges we faced initially, I would like to point out that where it should be located, whether it should be on ground or on top, and who will protect it. Then we took a conscious decision, let us have it on the building rooftops of the revenue department, be it a taluk office or a collector office or SDM office, so that somebody is there all the time to manage it and to secure it. Second one, the power supply. So always the office will have a power supply, so remote location power issues will not be there. And network issues, it requires a reliable network. So the network issues is also handled through, since all our revenue offices are already connected through the TN SWAN network, so we integrated these things. So these kind of ready-made solutions which were available with the existing infrastructure were considered and taken it forward. And this is the upgraded network planned by the Survey of India. Survey of India preferred to shift half of them to the ground. We immediately agreed. Stating that for the future references, and even if in case of buildings being demolished or etc. These are our certain some ground sites, and these are rooftop sites. Now the proportion is 50-50. 50 are on the rooftop and 50 are being shifted to the ground. And what are the outcomes of it? We could survey almost 1,000 square kilometers of the state's area in the rural areas using this, and in urban areas around 175 square kilometers. In water bodies, we surveyed around 12,000 water bodies using this. And also all other departments, we have enabled them to survey. And the last last point which our Surveyor General told in his opening remarks is that very few people are using our course network subscription services. This is because of, I feel, sir, lack of awareness, and it brings down the cost of surveying for the whole private sector players. by at least 50 to 60% because they need not carry the base and they need not procure the base. They can just do with a single rover. This is required to execute all infrastructure projects, be it roads, rail networks, etc. So Tamil Nadu also, we are going to join with SOI and start a subscription service in the state also and encourage this to be taken forward, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhusudan Reddy. And actually, Miss, as our the chairman GDPDC asked one question, how many is aware about such and such? So I also just want to know how many of us are aware about, not aware about the CORS network in this hall? So I think it's a good number. Most of the people, they are aware about the CORS. So at least my request is that those who are government employees, they should immediately become a registered user of this CORS network. So that's why we said the number will immediately increase. Now, this we have seen that usage of CORS in land survey in government of Tamil Nadu. We have similarly how CORS network is being used for the high precision work. So with us, we have Sri Pramod Sharma, Director Works of National High Speed Rail Corporation Limited. So he will explain how CORS was used in making alignment of high speed rail between Mumbai to Ahmedabad. And after finalizing this land acquisition and alignment, High Speed Railway Corporation, they themselves has come to Survey of India to sign one MOU that they want to become a part of national CORS framework. So this is one of the most important thing this corporation has done. And during course of this workshop itself, we are going to sign MOU with NHRCL. So the message is this, all the agencies which are having their own CORS, if they can also become part of this National Monitoring Center, it will overall it will help to them also and it will help to other users also, so that more and more precise data we can get. So this is the main purpose of signing this MOU today, so that it is a message to everyone. So may I request Sri Pramod Sharma to make his presentation.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon to you all. Respected Chair, Shri Hitesh Kumarji, all the speakers and the participants in this. As you know that National High Speed, which is from the parent Indian Railways, is constructing this Mumbai-Ahmedabad High Speed Rail Corridor. Can you put the slides? Indu, can. So this Mumbai-Ahmedabad High Speed is a 508 kilometer long linear alignment project in which, go to the next slide, which is spanning from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, and the mostly construction is on the viaduct. As you can see, it is between Mumbai to Ahmedabad and the last station is Sabarmati. And the part portion is in Maharashtra, 156 kilometer, and balance portion is in Gujarat. And once it is commissioned, the travel time will reduce to 2 hours, 7 minutes. So I will rush through the slide because the time is limited. Next slide. This is the peculiar viaduct which is being constructed, like pile cap, pier cap. And as the chair precisely exercised that we are going to implement this bullet train project, which is to run on 320. So the linear measurement wise and XYZ direction, we cannot go beyond 1 mm. So this is the accuracy which was required. And we have implemented and used the codes also. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. In the course network from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, what we have done, we have set up the course station. And this is 508 kilometers long. So at every approximately 8 to 10 kilometer, one station was set up. So in all 60 stations, course station was set up. A control center near Surat was established, and it was done in a time frame of 6 months or so. And from February 22, we are using this course network. Next. In this, the component of course, as precisely told by my previous speaker, that there is a reference station, a control center, and it is pointed and it is established on the rooftop. So we have taken the help of on the alignment through villagers, and on the rooftop of the villagers, we have taken the land and their area on space on lease and an agreement was done. And this is how reference stations were established and protection were also made. Go to the next. Then these reference stations requires energy, so solar panel, fencing, all these type of basic necessity were done. Go to next. Then control center was established, and the control center backup arrangement, primary server and the workshop monitoring team and the secondary server room was established. Go to next. Then these rovers we have used for the precise location, because what we were doing, we have used, apart from the land acquisition, we have used it in the viaduct construction also. Because in our construction, while as I have shown you in the second slide, the viaduct, there are some margins which are available. So once we are casting a pile or a pile cap or a pier cap, and lastly on the track, so our accuracy is required on the track 1 mm. But in below track, we have the pier cap and the girder location. There 10 mm accuracy is required. So we have gone up to the 10 mm accuracy, and that is how we have laid our girders. Go to next. So this is how the stages, the 6 months what we have done. We have studied the area, preliminary design of the network was done, site visit was made, finalization of the location of the 60 course network. So basically this is the chart which is indicating how we have gone through this journey of establishing our core system in a 6 months duration. Go to next. Now, land acquisition, definitely right of way and cross verification. During construction activity, though we have not gone away with and we have used the basic survey system, but we have always cross verified the course network what we have established. So this gives practically the field person a very easy tool for cross verification. Go to the next. Now today, as correctly pointed out, we are signing a MOU with the SOI, and this is a win-win situation, because now whatever we were maintaining, we were anchoring our cost also. So this cost we have saved. Now we have handing over to the secured hands, and we will get the data, not across for the NHSRCL or the bullet train project, but on pan-Indian railways. So it's basically we have now Indian Railways got a MOU with the SOI, and for all the projects, we will get the course network and the data available. Thank you.
Thanks, Sri Pramod Sarmaji, and I think you could have seen that how CORS network can be used for the high precision location-based infrastructure. And recently, Survey of India has also signed MOU with National Highway Authority of India, because there also huge amount is being invested in highway project. And they also realize that there additional cost, extra items, and that if they can have a precise locational data, so those costs can also be controlled. So important thing is that CORS network, though initially it is a cost intensive, but the return, what we can get, it is phenomenal. So now I will request Sri Neeraj Gurjar, who is director of our Geodetic Reference Branch of Survey of India, and I request Neeraj to make his presentation as precise and concise.
Respected Surveyor General Sir, dignitaries present on dais, very good afternoon, and my friends, very good afternoon to all of you. So we all are familiar with the concept of location. Location, when we use this term, we usually means to denote any physical or geographical position of an object, place, or person on Earth's surface. And usually it is defined in various ways, including geographic coordinates, addresses, spatial context, or in proximity. It is a very vital information which we use in our day-to-day life as well as our professional lives for answering many questions and solving many problems. Uh, when we talk about the location, definition of location is not simply, cannot be simply defined by a measure and a unit, but it also required a reference from which location, from which place or which object you are referring your location. So to define any location or any position, you will be requiring a reference system. It is for Earth, we usually take as a latitude, longitude as our reference system, in which equator and prime meridians are our reference axes. And however, these are the abstract concept and cannot found in real world. Hence, to realize this abstract mathematical concept in real world, we define a reference frame. A reference frame is nothing but a catalog of adopted coordinate of a set of reference objects that serves to define or realize a particular coordinate system. In simple terms, I can say that these are the set of objects whose positions are already known to you, and you, whenever you want to define any other object's location, you take measurement with respect to those objects. For example, when systematic survey in India was started, a great trigonometrical survey work was initiated by Survey of India, in which these type of monuments you can see in this slide. These type of monuments were erected all over the country. There were more than 1,000 such monuments established all over the country, and these monuments were called as GT stations. They were still in use till advent of 21st century for carrying out mapping and surveying work in the country. After advent of GPS technology, these structures were replaced with the more GPS friendly GCP library pillars, which for that work, Survey of India established around 2,500 ground control points all over the country. And recently, we had upgraded our positional infrastructure for replacing this aging GCP control library with active control CORS network. CORS, as you all aware by now, that are a set of reference points which are permanently installed by GNSS, geodetic grade GNSS receiver, which is working continuously 24/7. And apart from providing positioning services, positioning reference services, Survey of India Reference Network is also capable of providing 3 to 4 centimeter real-time positioning services, as well as 30 to 40 centimeter DGNSS services. For the users who are not having capability to ingest these real-time kinematic services, we are also offering online data processing for, via our CORS portal of their traditional survey of their GPS data collected by their traditional survey equipments, as well as we are offering downloading of raw data collected by this CORS network. There are many advantages of CORS network. In simple term, I will say that it will directly double the productivity of any companies or any surveying agencies available inventory, and it's as it free users to use GNSS equipment independently. With CORS station in place, there is no need to send a pair GNSS equipment. Access to CORS is available online. There is no need to physically occupy the reference station, which surveyors used to carry out in past years. It's a task, time and cost saving process, and very easy to use. When we are talking about the location, we are not only referring about our horizontal position or not our latitude and longitude, but we also talk about vertical position, how above from a datum surface we are right now held. And these information is very vital for engineering perspective. There are many engineering applications where height is a very important phenomena describing geopotential energy at that particular point, such as waterworks, drainage discharge, hydropowers, etc. For these applications, ellipsoidal heights, which is provided by GPS, is not sufficient, and we are requiring physically meaningful heights, which are also called as orthometric heights. The first set of reference frames for a vertical reference frame was established by Survey of India in 1909, and after, as it was 100 years old, we are in
Neeraj,
process.
time is up now.
Yes, sir. So just 30 seconds, sir. We are in process of upgrading it, and for that purpose, we had carried out around, we had projected around 230,000 linear kilometer of leveling, out of which 2 lakh kilometer leveling has already been completed, and we are targeting it to complete by 2025. To convert GPS heights into physically meaningful orthometric height, we are also preparing high resolution geoid model for the country. Right now, for the entire Gangetic belt, as well as Telangana and Kerala and Goa states, geoid model of 10 centimeter accuracy are available with the Survey of India, and for the rest of the states, work is being carried out with target of completing it by 2025. So there are certain challenges which we are facing in implementation of National Geodetic Reference Frame. That is, first of all, is the wide expanse of country with heterogeneous terrain and climatic conditions. Second one, as Madhusudan sir has said, that lack of information advocating economic and fiscal benefits of geodetic reference frame. Balancing out our priorities, technical and financial resources need to be prioritized. Modernization in regulation framework, thanks to NGP, now there are lots of archaic old regulations which we are free from now, and updating and complying global standards, lack of capacity development in the country, and non-aligned stakeholders. Path ahead we are suggesting is to provide a governance structure capable of supporting National Geodetic Reference Frame, data sharing, promoting open standards, and providing a secure, user-friendly online platform. Densification, provide a more homogeneous distribution of geodetic infrastructure, interagency collaboration, indigenization of technology, education and capacity building framework for the geodetic infrastructure, and communication and outreach too. Thank you.
So, very good presentation, Neeraj, and you have explained what is National Geodetic Reference Frame, how it is latitude, longitude, and height it matters. Good, that is, I think you have up till now seen presentation from government perspective. So there is need to have some private players perspective also about CORS network, that is a National Geodetic Reference Frame. And with us, there are two important players in India, both Timble and Hexagon are present in this session. So I request Sri Pramod Kumar, President of Hexagon India, to make his presentation and how private players sees development of geodetic reference frame in India. What are challenges they face apart from the payment issues may also be elucidated.
Thank you for raising this of your own, sir. Thank you. So, first of all, my big compliments to Mr. Hitesh Makwan, IAS, and Shri Shrikant Shastriji for putting such a great workshop, curating the sessions very well. And I think the first of its kind, I'm seeing that the state governments, the central ministries, as well as the private players are really harmoniously working to see that we are in the same platform, we are in the same room. And I think it is really taking us to, I'm eating away my time, but this is very important to say that I can see all the stakeholders present in this room. So if I go into this presentation, everything has been talked about. I think everyone who's here, I don't want to teach to the choir, but I'll just talk about some of the applications which can go like agriculture, survey, mining, and some of the new things when I say some of the one slide on what other countries are doing. But if you look at the entire network has been put, it's a great infrastructure which the country has created. And I think we feel very proud and humbled that, we contributed to this effort in creating this infrastructure. If I go to the next slide, you can see some of the applications, rather people who are using it. I'm just naming them: L&T, Fcons, HCC, Meghna, NEEPCO, UK, I would say Uttarakhand, Jal Vidyut Nigam. This is on the construction companies and monitoring applications. They're using it to our knowledge because we are working with them and they're using this piece. And on the next generation infrastructure like smart cities, connected cars, drones, you can see some of the smart cities are using it, pilot projects ongoing at GM, Tesla. These are the places where they are using it, all the accuracy. When you say about autonomous vehicles, you have to have a high definition map and know the exact position on the map, and that's how you navigate. Most of the automotive companies are using some of these technologies from us, as well as the mapping agencies. And some of the flying companies like Genesis, IAC, all of them are Seacon. They are using the Chorus network because without it, you're just not able to give the real output. John Deere on the agriculture side. And if you look at on the other side, on the transportation, where this can be truly used is on transportation gaming applications. Business analysts, they can use it. And some of the likes of delivery on the food delivery, groceries, logistics, of course, they are being used. But you want the really accurate where to go and push the button to that home, you can take to the next level when they do the densification, as well as, giving handheld devices which can take you to the right location. And of course, the response time in police force and all the places, especially 911 back in US, we have complete solution which is using this reference framework in terms of the positioning. And as well as, as we go, all the fleet management, mining is again big application which can be used. This is one integrated, I would say, integrated solution what we have developed with one of the state governments. We take the data from one of the NIC servers, they bring it to the surveying equipment, do the field survey. Again, Chorus becomes a very important piece of it. They have to be constantly working, and the Chorus network was set by us in that state. And you do the field activity, take after the survey is done, you check for the quality, you check for the accuracy, and push it back, the resurvey which has been done or survey which has been done back into the NIC servers. And I very feel good to tell that, just 1% is the sort of a complaint rate which comes after this resurvey has been done. And this is an ongoing program, but this is a complete integrated solution which has been developed. And of course, when you do airborne surveys or you even do the, drones, you require the ground network. And I don't want to go through this slide, but it everywhere going up to all the revenue departments are using. All of you are here. Gram Panchayats, PWD, rural development, agriculture, drainage, canals, education, power, everywhere. So of course, as we've been talking since the day that it can be used, but this is, as we talk, this is being used in many places. That's why we gave name of some of those customers. And this is one example, we are trying to take from outside as we were discussing that what can we talk about it. Like in Germany, they are actually trying to do the entire Germany or one municipality as well as the entire country digital twin. And there the Chorus network plays a very, very important role. And if you look at even on the power lines in UK, Blue Sky is using this Chorus network as well as get into this entire surveying piece on the roads. Some of these IC technologies use it. As well as on the rail side, NCRTC, I have one slide on that, as well as, on the high-speed railway project, which Mr. Pramod Sharma has already explained, very important, as well as on the bathymetric lidar, this is IC in Dubai project, they are using it. And we are a proud partner of giving sensors to all these. That's why we are mentioning it over here, not only the Chorus network, but our lidar sensors, and also having 5 cameras. They're the best in the world. That's being used by most of these projects. That's why you find this slide is over here. And on the NCRTC, they really put it, and during the entire construction phase, this is already inaugurated, and proud to say that, that the network was set up, and during the entire process, they used it very well, and so that it is accurate, everyone's aligned, they have a single source of truth, they have common reference. All that was done by NCRTC and that's already has delivered results to them. And now they're starting, Delhi Merit is done, now they're working on the other two regional network, other Panipat as well as to on the Alwar side. And this is just, maybe if I can just say, it is 1 minute video, if I can run it.
We have to start the next session by 4:30.
This is not in my hands now, sir. This is, I'm sorry, it was beyond me once I start. Just one last slide, if I can go, just to say what can be done more. Can I go to the next slide, please? Can you help me? Sorry, I don't. There was just one slide on that, what can we do more, densification. That's the one you can see here. Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir. I could see too. So, tie with OEMs, densification, make network for free. This maybe I'm asking for something for free, communication outreach. I think important, Mr. Makwan, is also like this is, all stakeholders are there, but to the general public also, we can run some campaigns by which we can say this is all done. Like, WhatsApp is being used so extensively these days. I think we can do it to have more awareness happening in the country. So just some of the portfolios can be brought in.
You can share some creatives with us, so we will host from ministers' Miss Twitter account or some government account.
I'm serious, yeah. This can be done. Yeah.
We are also very serious.
Yeah.
Recently, we have got this feedback from there is that advertisement approval committee. They have told that this kind of thing you can share it through various social media.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So you please help us out.
We'll do
We
that.
can do that.
Sure, we'll do it. Thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Rajan from Trimble, hope you will not give much competition to your competitor. As far as it concerns to time.
Good afternoon, all. The idea of going last is you just regurgitate everybody else's idea and put it in your words and make it look original. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm Rajan Iyer. I'm the MD for Trimble. And we are one of the very proud companies to be associated with Survey of India in building the nationwide course network. And earlier we talked about Viksit Bharat, and what it needs is basically infrastructure. We are going to build trillions and trillions of dollars worth of infrastructure, whether it is roads, highways, airports, ports, hospitals, etc. Right? So these are national assets, and they need to be maintained, built with quality. They need to be maintained with quality over 40, 50 years. And I think it is very important for us to ensure that we have a national framework where these assets are geotagged. Up to the light bulb at the end of a runway in an airport, we need to geotag them so that we can replace them, we can proactively maintain them, and so on. So I think having a world-class infrastructure requires a world-class unified national reference framework. And we believe that Survey of India, as the nodal agency with the course network, will provide that, which will enable us to build our infrastructure cost effectively, time effectively, and with the highest quality. And we are already seeing that across the board, whether it is land survey or construction, they are using a lot of digital technologies. So I'm not going to go through each one of these applications. So think of course providing a position as a service or precise positioning as a service. We know electricity, we have water, we have dial tone, we have internet. We take it for granted. It's ubiquitous, it's available every day. You turn it on, water is available, you put on the switch, electricity is available. We want precise positioning to come to that level of ubiquity and ease of use. And I think that is going to be our goal for a Viksit Bharat. If you look at all the developed nations, you saw, from the previous speakers and all the videos, they all use a geospatial framework. So the national geospatial framework is going to increase our ability to put our tax dollars more effectively. So these are the myriad applications, and I'll show you some examples. So currently, we have more than 1,000 cores. 50% is ours, 50% is hexagons, average spacing about 70 kilometers. As Neeraj described, the horizontal datum is based on 2008, and the vertical datum is based on a hybrid geoid model with about 10 centimeters. But there is no common nationwide reference framework. We all need to work from a single source of truth. Imagine you are building a smart city. The utility folks have a different framework. The electrical utility guys have a different framework. The water utility guys, the sewage utility guys. At the end of the day, when you overlay all of them, there's going to be a lot of discrepancy. And then what happens is that the sewer guy goes and digs the ground, and then he hits a water pipeline, and then soon you have something coming out mixed. So if they work out of a common framework, then all these issues can be avoided, and that should be our goal, because the use of digital geospatial technology is going to accelerate. Mr. Sanjay Kumar recently said that by the year 2030, it is going to be over 1 lakh crores, and I'm hoping that he's underestimating, right? So, whereas we have the course network as a starting point, this is a great starting point, by the way. It was after almost 7 years of hard work, and the leadership shown by the Survey of India has been fantastic. And by the way, this course network was developed during the COVID period, okay, by both companies working with the Survey of India. So really, a lot of thanks to the Survey of India folks for helping us. So now that we are here, what can we do next to develop a unified national framework? I think we can leverage the course network to develop this, both on the XY plane as well as on the vertical plane, as Mr. Neeraj mentioned. And we can do that through primary, secondary, tertiary network kind of updation. We also need to adopt, right now we are in ITR 2008, the latest one is 2020. So we need to keep up with the latest in the ITR of standards, and also continuously update the location, the framework, sorry. Because the earth is constantly in motion. The earth's crust is in motion. India is moving at the rate of 5 centimeters per year, or under the Himalayas. But so, what's that? Time is up. Time is up. Just last slide. So we need to adopt and monitor, ensure that not only we have a reference framework, but everybody uses it. I think that has already been mentioned. Densify the course network as needed for more precise application like construction, which needs 1 to 2 centimeters. Today, they set up a local reference framework for 1 to 2 kilometers, and they keep moving it. So we need to densify. So the idea is one positioning infrastructure and framework and myriad applications. Just to give you an idea, if you use autonomous GPS 5 to 10 meters, if you use DGPS 1 meter, if you use VRS with the RTK solution, 1 to 2 centimeters. That is the accuracy that course network provides every day, day in and day out. So these are some of the real projects that are being done in terms of property, utility, etc.
Dr. Manish is also waiting.
Okay, so just very quickly, the agriculture
one. It will not move now. It will not move.
Oh, it will not move now. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, if you will see that Mr. Rajan and Pramod, they have explained how we can harness the potential of course network by extending its application in diverse user groups. He has
willing to show some photos and so many things, but due to paucity of time, we could not allow him. But yes, it is having lot of applications in engineering infrastructure projects. It is having application in precision farming. It is having applications in disaster management. Some of you might not be aware that when actually I was also earlier Additional Secretary in Disaster Management Division of Ministry of Home Affairs. When Josimat subsidence happened, we got the data from CORS and we established that there is a subsidence in Josimat. So like that, this CORS is having lot of applications. And now I will request Dr. Manish Saxena to speak something about what is the impact of interstation density on accuracy and resilience of PNT infrastructure, and how they are going to, what is their plan for integration with NAVIC. So Dr. Manish has promised me, sir, I will not take more than 4 minutes.
Okay, sir, sure. And so I'll give a very brief perspective about the infrastructure before moving on to the specific topic. Next slide, please. Can somebody help me out with how to? Okay, yeah. So the National Geospatial Policy has very clearly outlined the two components of the national PNT infrastructure. One is the space-based and the other is the ground-based. The space-based has been established to a large measure by the Department of Space, and the ground-based has been established to a large measure by the Survey of India. Next slide, please. So our own PNT system, space-based PNT system, is NAVIC. I will talk about it in detail in some other lecture. Over here, it only suffices to say that the NAVIC system, with all its signals, covers the entire Indian landmass. Next one. So these are some of the technical details. We will skip this. Next one, please. And all the details about the NAVIC signals are available on a web portal. So today there has been a lot of discussion and emphasis on free availability of data. The details of the NAVIC system is available on our portal. Next one, please. There is another concept called an augmentation system in the domain of navigation. So there is an augmentation system which has been jointly established by the Department of Space and the Airports Authority of India, which is known as GAGAN. So this also is another of a PNT infrastructure. Next one, please. Now coming to the marriage of the ground infrastructure and space infrastructure, the Department of Space has established a few CORS basically for their own application-specific projects. And all of these stations which are mentioned here, they total up to 38. We have offered to the Surveyor General to integrate within the national framework. So we are very happy to contribute to the national CORS network. But I will come very specific to the first one, which is under ISTRAC. Next one, please. So ISTRAC is not only a center of ISRO, it operates the control segment of NAVIC. In addition to this, ISTRAC has set up a few reference stations, 6 of them in India. All of these are also registered under the International GNSS Service, or IGS, which is the highest quality international network of reference stations. So CORS are a nationwide manifestation of such reference stations. IGS is a network which is through international collaboration. Next one, please. So out of the 6 stations, 4 of the stations are already tracking L5 and S bands of NAVIC. In an earlier slide, I had shown that NAVIC has got signals in L5, L1 and S bands. So L5 and S bands are getting tracked in 4 of these stations, and our intention is to have all the stations within the ISRO control to be taken up with NAVIC signals. Next one. And in this slide, I will just draw your attention to the last bullet, which is that an addition of NAVIC in the Survey of India network will also improve the availability, accuracy, as well as the convergence time, which will ultimately in the long run help the user insofar as precise positioning is concerned. Next one. So coming to the application areas of NGRF, okay, I cannot really talk in detail about this, but starting from static positioning to mobile positioning to even timing. So timing is another very interesting byproduct of position that comes out free of cost. So this is another application area where one can look into, having established a nationwide course network, how to utilize the time that is available out of this course for doing some civilian applications. And then of course it is very useful for scientific research. Last slide, please. So the next slide is about a few points that I felt are important for promotion of the NGRF.
One is that we need to have an uniformity in the equipment specifications and also calibration and data. These 3 points we have been discussing today. There needs to be an emphasis on indigenous algorithm development. Today, many of the precise positioning algorithms have been derived from algorithms that are done by MIT or JPL. We should have our own algorithms that are standalone, which we can call as truly Indian. Next is that there is a need to integrate CORS with other space-based geodetic techniques, adoption in the various projects. This has been discussed today. And the last is that we should also align ourselves with respect to the international reference frames in terms of very precise calibration. So these are a few points that I felt we need to discuss about in subsequent fora. Thank you very much.
Very pertinent and important point Dr. Manish Saxena has made regarding the indigenization of CORS, because now we are doing lot of international collaboration, and with many countries, Survey of India has already 2 countries we have signed MOU, and in another for 13 countries it is in pipeline. And in most of the countries, they are asking, please help us in creating CORS network in their country. So if we are having our own Indianization of this CORS, it will definitely be very, very helpful to our country. No doubt how Rajan and Pramod will feel, but that if we want to go and move forward for Atmanirbhar Bharat, definitely there is need to have our own CORS, and we can help other countries to establish their CORS network. I think we have discussed so many points. Most of the speakers, they have brought out very, very important messages. I will just summarize the messages. One is how can we collaborate across agencies for data and asset sharing to unlock the full potential of geodetic data. And that's why we have what Mr. Pramod Sarma and Madhusudan Reddy, they already told that there is a need to have a leadership role by Survey of India, and the agencies which are having this static CORS, they can integrate their CORS with Survey of India. There is also, we discussed about various usage of CORS network. We also discuss about how indigenization of PNT infrastructure is necessary. Now, I will request, because we will not go to the individual speakers, but I just throw open this gathering to participants. If they have any point to make, they can raise any issue to any of the panelists, and then so that is now open for the question and answers. Because I think now we are very almost what we can say 4/5 of our day is over, and many of has started feeling dozing also. But yes, if any issue is there, please raise that issue. Otherwise, we will close this session, and the success of this session, I can say that today Survey of India and NHSRCL are going to sign MOU. NHSCR, they are handing over their own 50 CORS station to Survey of India. So the message is that like National High Speed Rail Corporation Limited, other agencies also, they can become a part of a national center, so that more and more precise data they can also get and other agencies can also get. So this is the message, and with this I convey my sincere thanks to all panelists for giving their valuable time and valuable insight in this implementation of National Geodetic Reference Frame for whole country, and what are the challenges which are being faced. And I am also thankful to them. They have also given actionable points, and these actionable points definitely Survey of India will take action. We will also request other agencies, whomsoever is concerned, we will request them also to take note of those actionable points. With this, I conclude this session and thank you very much to all the panelists.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all our panelists. Now, as sir mentioned, we would like to take the opportunity of this August gathering present here to announce the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between Survey of India and the National High Speed Rail Corporation Limited. May I invite to the stage Dr. UN Mishra, Additional Surveyor General, for signing this MOU on behalf of the Survey of India.
One can sit there and one can, no, there is one more chair, is there? So there's no problem. It's okay. Yeah, you remove. I think it is better. वहां से भी दोनों के एक दे दो दूसरा मिश्रा सर आप वहां से जाके दे दो यार copies can be sent.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for both the prestigious organizations for embarking on this journey ahead together. Thank you, Dr. Mishra, Shri Pramod Sharma. And coming back to our esteemed panelists for the session, may I request Shri D.N. Pathak, Director Survey of India, to felicitate our honorable panelists and session chair. Please felicitate Shri Hitesh Kumar S. Makwana, IS, Surveyor General, Survey of India. Shri Jay Prasad, Space Application Center, ISRO, Ahmedabad. Shri P. Madhusudan Reddy, IS, Director of Survey and Settlement, Government of Tamil Nadu. Shri Pramod Sharma, Director Works, National High Speed Rail Corporation Limited. Shri Neeraj Gurjar, Director, Survey of India. Shri Rajan Iyer, MD, Trimble, India. Shri Pramod Kaushik, President, Hexagon India. And Dr. Manish Saxena from the Indian Space Research Organization. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join us for a group photograph, please? With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this session, and let us take a few minutes to transition to the next session immediately after. Ladies and gentlemen, this next and final session of today's workshop is titled Capacity Development, National and International Perspectives, truly a befitting conclusion to the day. The NGP 22 gives focus on the requirement of standardization of geospatial curriculum and adequate integration of geospatial education in the innovation system. The need of training institutes for developing and nurturing of geospatial professionals in all the diverse areas of geospatial and allied technologies has also been highlighted. Establishment of the Geospatial Skill Council for filling the skill gap in the geospatial sector, development of online courses with the help of iGOT Karmayogi platform, and development of NIGST, IIRS, and other suitable institutes into centers of excellence has been provided as the way to achieve it. The policy encourages development of international standard geospatial science education programs from school level till the level of universities and promotes cutting-edge research in geospatial science and technology for indigenous capacity building and identifying new areas of application and solution. Our panelists in this next session will discuss actions being taken from national and international perspectives to imbibe geospatial education and skilling in the Indian geospatial ecosystem. May I now invite the panel chair, Shri Adil Zainul Bhai, Chairman, Capacity Building Commission, to the dais. The session co-chair, Shri Mahavir Singhvi, Joint Secretary, NEST, Ministry of External Affairs. Our esteemed panelists, Dr. Pramod Kumar, Dean, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dr. Kamal Jain of IIT Roorkee, Dr. M.K. Stalin, National Institute for Geoinformatics Science and Technology, Survey of India, Professor K.S. Rajan, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad, and Dr. N. Prabhakar Reddy, IAS, Joint Secretary, Office of Chief Commissioner of Land Administration, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Requesting all our panelists to join us on the dais. Our esteemed delegates, I would request you to please be seated. We are in continuation of the program and starting with the session 4. With that, I hand over the session to the chair, Shri Adil Zainul Bhai. Shri Adil Zainul Bhai, sir, I hand over the session to you.
Okay, just put it up, see if I can see it. I can slide like. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Everyone sleeping, some coffee, please, for everyone. As usual, we've saved the best session for last, right? Everyone here is going to have something very practical for all of you to do, which is how do we build capacity in the entire ecosystem to help on geospatial technology. So I've asked, the way we'll approach this is each each of the speakers will talk for 5 minutes, and then we will leave it open to questions from the audience. I actually only wanted to speak for literally 2 or 3 minutes about what one aspect of capacity building, which is what Mission Karmayogi is doing, which is the Capacity Building Commission of India. It was set up by PM to build capacity in civil servants. Okay, just keep that in mind. Civil servants, 3 million at the center, 22 million at state, and 9 million in 5 million in urban local bodies. So it's a very large set of people that we are trying to improve capacity in, and I'll tell you how it relates to this. If you look at that, the vast majority of them are actually Group B and C officers, not Group A. Most Group B and C officers actually don't get as much training as Group A officers do. And I think as we think about capacity building, we want to build capacity in everyone from bottom to top. As part of this, as part of Mission Karmayogi, we've built a digital training system called IGOT. And in a very short period of time, it's become the largest learning system in the world for civil servants. It has 47 lakhs onboarded. And our goal is by the end of next year, there'll be 20 million people on it. 2.55 crores courses that have been taken, 18.5 lakh app downloads. There's 1,500 courses on it. I'm sorry to say that there aren't many geospatial courses on it. So this is really an opportunity, I think, to train a very large number of people on geospatial. I want to just talk about one piece, which is when we are thinking about capacity building, for a large number of people, we have to think about it at every level. If you have a course of 30 to 60 minutes, you could have 50,000 people take that course. So if we had a course that says Introduction to Geospatial Technologies or Geospatial in India, I think 50 to 100,000 people will take the course because many people need to know what it is. But the moment it gets over an hour, there's a huge drop-off. To become a real expert, you need to go for 5 days, 7 days, 12 days. But in the process of doing that, we should not forget that a very large number of people can learn about the geospatial ecosystem by just doing a very short digital course. Okay, so this is where we are focusing on. It's a little different from all the experts in the room. If you enter, I'll just skip from this and go. Many states, since there are many people here from states, 13 states have signed an MOU and are actually using IGOT today. And by the end of next year, I think most of the states will do that. We have 500,000, 5 lakh users from Rajasthan, 1,20,000 from Uttar Pradesh, etc. I think by the end of this, we will have about every state, everyone in the state, every civil servant from MTS onwards will be onboarded on this. So it's a very large group of people. PM's view is that everyone in the civil service should understand the technologies that are coming. So these are I think this is a chance to teach everybody what's coming. So I'm just going to stop here because on the panel, we have experts who can make you into an expert. And they'll talk about some of the incredible training that they do. But I also wanted to talk about this because we don't want to leave out capacity building for every single person in the civil service who should be aware of what is going to happen using the geospatial ecosystem. So with that, thank you. And I would invite, why don't we just go from this side onwards? It's the safest. So I'd invite you, please.
Thank you, sir. A very good evening to all of you. Respected Surveyor General of India, respected Chair, my co-panelists, my dear colleagues. Next slide. Yes, sir. Next slide. I'm very happy to represent an international training center of SOI established in the year 1967 at Hyderabad. Basically, it was intended to impart training to Survey of India staff and officers, but extended to various other sister organizations and state governments as well. Mainly, it was under UNDP program. It was established, and today we have over 35,000 alumni of NIGST, out of which more than 600 trainees are from Afro-Asian countries, and field expertise is our strength. We work on 5 verticals, that is Faculty of Geodesy, where we teach course, GNSS, HP leveling, etc. Another faculty, photogrammetry and remote sensing, where we teach LiDAR, drone photogrammetry, etc. And topographical GIS, we have another faculty where we teach integrated cadastral survey to various state government revenue departments. We have Geo-ICT faculty where we deal with data registry and cyber training programs, and also a dedicated R&D directorate we have in NIGST, which takes care of all the innovation activities in the field of geospatial domain. And we are about to get certification by NCVET and also ISO 21001. We have collaborative program, MOU signed with various reputed institutes like IITs, NITs, AGI, and various state governments as well like AP, SSLR, etc., and many more in the pipeline. These are all the different courses that we run in our institute. One is basic course, mainly for the officer level, which runs for a year, and advanced courses on various modern technologies for 6 months, short-term courses 2 to 4 weeks, refresher courses about a week, project-based courses 1 to 2 weeks, and customized courses. Even today's discussion, many officials approached me and they have requested for customized training programs for their revenue officials from government of Chhattisgarh, government of Gujarat, government of Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, etc. So my slot for the training has already been booked. And these are all the different courses what we have conducted already. There are 56 courses we have already conducted in this year. And internship for the college students from reputed institutes, 16 projects we have completed, 28 students participated in the internship program. And this is a abstract of the training, that is internship program. And these are all the different customized training programs. I am displaying this so that you can also take a call as per your requirement. Like NHO, NADM, AP, SSLR, it is the government of AP who is utilizing all our services to the maximum extent, which may be a great encouragement to other governments as well. Because AP, SSLR, they have, after signing MOU with us, now almost 10 batches of their fresh recruits are getting trained by NIGST, and even their technical education, polytechnic faculties are being trained and certified by us, which is made mandatory by the government of AP. NATMO and various other departments like Tamil Nadu Forest Department, they have paid in advance for 6 batches. So, and also Director of Land Survey, Goa, Power Grid Corporation, they are all regular trainees to our institute. Of course, our syllabus is getting updated periodically by the team of officers, in which even reputed institutes of IITs, they take part in it. And apart from this, we have wonderful hostel facilities, library facilities, and Geospatial Innovation Hub is located in our NIGST, and head of NIGST happens to be the chairman of Innovation Hub. This is a governance structure that we follow in NIGST. And as we have been hearing since morning, especially in rural sector.
1 minute.
Yes, sir. I am concluding, sir. And we go out for outreach work, whatever, the geospatial technology that we have been discussing, we have been doing, we take to the root level, visiting schools and colleges and educating them on this particular domain. And also, our institute has been very successful in implementing or imparting the training, since we make use of teaching aids for most of our training programs. And not only that, FDP, Faculty Development Program, we induct, wherein we invite the professionals from various industry as well as educational institutes, and thereby our trainers are getting trained by them. These are all subject matter experts identified from various institutes after being signed with by MOU. And they are all the faculty members on virtual basis from other directorates of SOI. And this is a geospatial window that we have introduced, so that the updates of geospatial technology is being made, so that not only the trainees, trainers, all will be updated or kept abreast of the latest technology in the domain of geospatial sector. Almost I have come to the end of it, and recently I had discussion with various faculties of different institutes, even IIT Tirupati, wherein we are trying to induct the latest technology like quantum computing, and also we are trying to collaborate with Edinburgh University and University of California, because gone are the days, we used to struggle for continuous 2 days to complete the processing of.
We should.
Yes, sir. Finish
timing.
Done. Urban growth modeling. Nowadays, quantum computing is order of the day, wherein the processing work which happens for days could be completed in few minutes. So, with this, I conclude my session. Thank you.
Good evening. In fact, the last session generally, what happens that there will already a short of time, and that's how the Honorable Chair has suggested to keep the time, and already have put up the stop clock in front of me. I'll try to match with the time, sir, and with the 5 minutes try to complete. I request for the slides, please, because the many things I'll not be speaking, they will be in front of the slides, and then that's how I can match up with the time. Can you put on the slides? Somebody is operating the slides, please. Yeah. I am representing the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, which is an arm of Indian Space Research Organization. Okay, please give it to me. I'll operate myself. This one?
Yes.
This. Okay. Thank you. And then looking at the current scenario, let me take a look first of all that where do we stand, especially in the context of the national geospatial policy which came into the being in the recent times. And that's how the technological milestones they are being made, and that's how the new players are coming in the picture, and the needs are increasing high and high. But there, I also felt like that where do we stand like? Those who are in the remote sensing area, they can always recall and they speak about the famous Dr. Prisha Ruthi's experiment, and that was the initial the coconut wilt experiment which was conducted, and then subsequently we have got the institutions like the ISRO, ISRO, and the DST and other institutions where this technology got nurtured over the last 5.5 decades, and that's how we have got several experiments which have been done. From that point of view, today's context, how the society is demanding the technological applications, when the applications being demanded, accordingly the capacity building has also to match with the requirements of the time. Then when you're doing it,
Also, I'd like to mention here that traditionally the capacity building is intended towards the application. With good number of institutions, they are there, almost 200 plus institutions are there, where the focus is primarily on the application side. But we also keep in mind, and in fact, 2 days back, when Honorable Chair was in the kind of precursor kind of meeting which we had 2 days back, that the thought came up that the capacity building needs are not only limited to the application. We have to think from the beginning. That means how to receive the data, how to do the pre-processing, and then accordingly doing the pre-processing and coming to the application chain, and finally the data dissemination. And that's how variety of platforms have come, from the space-borne to the airborne to the, then we have got the UAV and the ground-based, and today we are also talking about the proximal remote sensing, etc., etc. That's how the capacity building needs are required in each domain of this kind of areas of the Earth observation. Now, another aspect is that today's context, remote sensing has got beyond the optical and the micro remote sensing. In fact, just in the previous session, that Honorable Chair was mentioning about that how we stood up when the Joshimat earthquake, this disaster happened, and that's how the newer domain of the using the cores and then using the differential interferometric kind of techniques, they were being experimented, and that's how we met with the demand of the society and try to find out how much the subsidence happened. And then Delhi, because another talk is there, and everybody is concerned that how the Delhi is choking. That's how the environmental satellites, which are working the other domain of the remote sensing, that's also very, very important. Now, looking at all these aspects of the technology, that's how we are at Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, which are, IRS is one among the 16 centers among the ISRO, which we got in the 1966, we got established, and we are working the training capacity building. We are conducting variety of training and education programs, ranging from short term, less than a week, to the diploma programs. These programs are wide duration, we have various target groups, online and offline. Contents are varying from the user need. They will be looking at the operational aspect, or they will be looking at the modern or the advanced remote sensing aspect. And we are conducting the training program for our own countrymen and also from the other part of the world. Nearly 116 parts of the 116 countries they have come here. Important point, what is the impact of these kind of training program? The good number of projects which are being propagated by the government institutions, which are based on the geospatial technology. To name a few, one such program is the Amrit program. In fact, you take at the Amrit program, where the one particular aspect of the Amrit program, phase 1 and phase 2, it's towards the master plan preparation. If you take this aspect, that before the onset of the Amrit program, 2016, almost 13 and 1400 cities had got the master plan. But in the Amrit program, 461 towns were taken. That's how the GIS-based master plan that has given new impetus or the thrust to the master plan preparation. And same is the other kind of success story that can be built using the Earth observation, other light feeds. We are also conducting variety of education programs, MTech in remote sensing, MSc in geoinformatics, and doctoral program, etc., etc. And those are available as a course calendar within our IRS website. We are also conducting variety of other training education programs for the international participants. And then we have got one more office that is called as the Center for Space Science and Technology Education in the Asia Pacific, which is hosted within our campus. So I'll not go much in detail, and then one can visit our website and to find out what kind of training and education programs are available which are conducted by IRS. And one I like to mention here that IRS is also conducting variety of distance learning program. And then we have partnered with our institutions across the country, and also good number of programs in the online mode they are being conducted. And these are the feedback. I'll not go much in detail. And then I like to finally, because I'm running out, exceeding my time before the chair prompts me, I like to mention here one important point. Today again we are standing in the kind of crossroads. Our user demand is increasing high and high. And that context, rather than only the descriptive preparing the maps, we have to also provide the training and capacity building towards the simulation and modeling. Also because the applications today, those are the days when they were desktop based. Now we have to give the solution to the mobile based. We have to also do the capacity building not only for the Earth observation, but out of this world, that means the planetary remote sensing. From the 2D to the 4D today, in the times to come, the user may be asking that give how the sensory organs or the touch kind of know, those also has to be inbuilt. And then one can speak using the natural language processing, that means NLP, ask a solution from the system that what is the current extent of this area or this phenomenon, and let the computer understand, give the kind of solution. That is the self-generating kind of system. So these are the kind of aspects which we are handling, and we have got our own milestones and the things we have to work for tomorrow. Thank you very much for the time given to me.
Good evening to all. I am representing IIT Roorkee. Very briefly, I have very few slides. We had started MTech ME. We were the first institute from 1958. First PhD was also in 1966. These area, advanced surveying, photogrammetry, geodesy, remote sensing, GIS, GNSS, microwave remote sensing. We are covering all part of geospatial technology. These are the courses which are run by, sorry, this is, yeah. There are different departments which are running application courses also in geospatial. So I have listed out like civil engineering, architecture, computer science, earth science, earthquake, disaster mitigation, hydrology. Space science is the new center. Sustainable rural, this is also new center. Then transportation, water resources. These are running, then we are running short courses through continuing education, which was established in 1955, which organized short-term courses of 5 days to a few months. Every year they conducted 60 to 70 courses. Type of courses run by CEC. All types of application courses already we have seen in different departments. So agriculture, hydrology, urban planning, earthquake engineering, disaster, environmental engineering, these are run by different departments. We are running 2 courses for UG also. Then there are some specialized courses requested by different government organization, government or private, like if you see railways, IRCON, RITES, NIC, TSDC, defense state, other thing also. We are running courses on first advanced surveying, which is digital level, total station, GNS. The unique thing is on photogrammetry. Drone flying has become very common. Then drone data acquisition using RGB, hyperspectral, multispectral thermal cameras, and then data processing. So this has become common. What is unique is 3D vectorization, which is stereo on drone. Then cartography, especially many organizations are not coming to the stage of GIS. They are working in cartography like railway, road, all these are in cartography. So DEM creation is used in their alignment with different software. So analyzing alignment for preparing DPR. Then GIS training we give for digitization of orthophoto, creating GIS ready map, and then analysis for different application. New courses which we are planning for, already projects are implemented which we have planned for e-governance, customization application for GIS, DIP, AI, in proprietary or open source software for Pradhan Mantri Agriculture, like example is Pradhan Mantri Agriculture Insurance, Forest Inventory Management. Second, which is again unique, is WebGIS solution
for DLRMP, smart city, energy auditing. This is also we are giving unique solution which is combined with the ground-based surveying system. And the last thing which we are going on, which we have the this workshop, 3D data acquisition and proposition. This is also we are giving courses on this. And I think because we have short time, so but those who want to see these different application, they can go to my YouTube site and see different application. Thank you.
Good evening. I think I'll skip my presentation. So I'll kind of go ahead and, because you have heard all the terms, you have heard all the lingo that is basically used in the domain, right? So I think I'll more focus on why we need this capacity building to be done in the first place. Okay, so the first small correction, my institute name started as Indian but has become international, and this session also talks about national and international perspective. So I'll start from larger international perspective or the out of India interactions that we are having, and then come to the capacity building in country to kind of give the perspective to it. Okay, so one of the things that is important is why are we looking at capacity building? Why do we need to train people, right? Like my colleague, my friend from IIRS presented, he actually showed very well that technology of the past and technology of today is different, right? The things that you do today possibly is very well different. The example that he gave is the Amrut town planning example, right? You have to learn and upgrade people continuously. And that essentially means that you have to enable people to be able to make good decisions. And if enabling is required in governance, a key task is to understand what am I enabling you for, right? And so starting with one of the things that we started to look at, I mean, about 15, 17 years ago when I started this research group called Lab for Spatial Informatics at IIIT Hyderabad. I went to various institutes. I tried to join, I finally decided to join IIIT Hyderabad when I came back from abroad, was primarily to do one quick thing. The idea was the computer science or technology or information technology provides certain platforms, but domains, applications, utilizers, people who will actually put it to practice need a platform to connect. And if you don't bring both of them together and do this crossover, you will never be able to achieve what we want. Otherwise, we'll end up creating them as slaves of the tools and not the creators or ideas who can actually implement the problem that they want to solve. Right? We want to create solution makers, and that is what capacity building should be all about. Okay, and that is where, as an international experience, I'll start and with, is we started the Open Source Geospatial Foundation of India. It's still based at my office, and it kind of represents the national body, and it is linked to the international body in open source. And we build all the technology tools or collaborate with many agencies to help build these softwares. So one interesting thing that some of my students did for a couple of years was the PG routing module in PostgreSQL or PostGIS is completely run and was managed for 3 years by building all the algorithms into it. What does that help? It helps to do two things. One, people understand the nitty-gritty of technology. People understand why and how you can improvise on that, right? And that is where open source trainings is what we have been doing a lot under the umbrella of Open Source Geospatial Foundation, which is co-based at IIIT Hyderabad, but we kind of host that, right? And then coming to what we have been recently doing, and in this case, we have co-opted a couple of other institutions in IIIT in India itself, like IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur, and IIT Tirupati. I think Roshan was here. We created a network for OGC standards, calling it as OGC India Academic Network. The idea being that just teaching standards is like teaching grammar without anybody knowing vocabulary. You should know how to convert that standard to an application, right? And that is what we have been trying to do. And we conduct a winter school every December. And this year, interestingly, just happened last week. 10 days it got over. And we bring people, not just the ones who use these tools, but the actual developers of these APIs were brought in to be able to contribute and tell how and why these can be modified.
right? And that is important, right? And that is what we should possibly, we had happy to see a lot of state government participation this time. In addition to state central government, like Survey of India and stuff, we also have people from Singapore and others who actually participated. Coming to national and state level, there are many projects that needs to be done. And along with the projects, we need to train the people. So I'll give you only one example here, is in the state project called Mission Kaktiya, right? It wanted to look at all the water bodies in the state. We helped build a system called, where it helped monitor 38,000 water bodies in the state. But the challenge that I first told to the then secretary was, I'll only do this if you own it up. What I mean by owning up is that your people should be able to understand and manage this, not me as an academic institution. I will run it for you for 2-3 years, help do the transfer of technology, but then you should own it. And in that process, we ended up teaching 400 plus engineers of how to collect field data in a way that they can actually see it, finally put on a WebGIS so that they can see the realization of what they are doing, right? And that helped build momentum within the department to be able to create a data that they now value, and they are able to monitor and be updating it at regular intervals. And this possibly, or mostly, the group B and C that chairman mentioned earlier, right? The other thing was when we started doing a training for ECIL, the public sector, which wants to do a lot of GIS in defense applications, we realized that technologists also have a problem. Technologists are not idea creators or solution makers. They have just been using the tools. To change their thought process itself is a big challenge, right? How do you help them reorient themselves? And this, I think, is very true in every state, central, and public sector departments, because you have got used to a line of work that you are kind of doing. Now you have to reorient yourself to be able to understand what you do and what technology can or cannot do, so that you can, seamlessly match it at the right places, right? So I'm just stopping at some of these examples, and then maybe take a minute to talk about where do we go from here. Yes, capacity building at an awareness level, like what Chairman earlier mentioned about the Mission Karma Yogi, is one kind of a thing where you need to bring awareness. But the more important part is to do targeted capacity building. Why do we need targeted capacity building? One, as many of my fellow speakers have said, there are a bunch of technologies that Geospatial talks about, right? If you draw an X and Y axis, X axis is a bunch of technologies, starting from IoT to the traditional ones of remote sensing, photogrammetry and all that, and the Y axis of every domain that you can think of, including history, you will find an intersection of technology and the domain, right? So essentially, Geospatial walks into every domain and every subject that is there, including cognitive science, which can be there, or medical science, right? So the challenge now is, who is looking for what? So if I build or train people in a very generic sense, they will not make this conversion. And we need this conversion to happen, not just this one, for better adoption of geospatial technologies in the country. So we need skill upgradation at different levels and possibly at different tools. Second, we also need to build technology translation that needs to be done in the context of geospatial. And the third is the actual R&D, okay? And in the context of R&D, we started this year, just about this monsoon, that means this July, this academic year, we have started a program called BTech in Computer Science and Masters in Geospatial Technology. The idea is that these guys should do at an R&D level technology development and be able to contribute to what all we can do kind of stuff, okay? So I'm kind of leaving you at this. There are many more examples, but possibly we can discuss that off the staff. But more importantly, please understand that geospatial technology is continuously evolving and we all need to catch up and learn, including people like us who want to train or teach our fellow students. Thank you.
Good evening to all. So this is our last finishing touch presentation to you. So as all panelists have explained very well about the capacity building from different organizations on different courses availability, the latest technology courses availability. But as the executive, my perspective is quite different on capacity building. As we know very well, without final examination, student cannot focus on that. As executive, staff will not focus and learn and get the capacities by just sending to some courses unless there is some target. So basing on the need, we need to give the capacity building. Basing on the task, we need to give the capacity building. Without specific task, they cannot learn that specific technology, specific knowledge. As we recruited in Andhra Pradesh 12,000 surveyors, we measure the need of surveyors basing on the jurisdiction. If a citizen needs services, he has to roam around an officer, roam around a surveyor, because the jurisdiction of each surveyor is vast. So, by reducing the jurisdiction, by increasing the HR, we are reaching the citizen at their doorstep. After recruiting 12,000 surveyors, we need to train them. So we focused on capacity building on the specific task what they need to perform, not as usual or the basing on the existing system. They started the journey of new employment with the latest advanced CORS network, and they are the initiators of resurvey. So what we achieved with the capacity building, if you see within 2 years after COVID, we started pilot project before COVID. It's a work of 2 years. After completion of the entire process, we started resurvey and completed 6688 villages within a period of 2 years. Now it is taking only 3 months to complete 2000 villages. That is the capacity of the surveyors now. Very fast, very accurate. No, you posted the another presentation, I think. I shorten all these slides as there is a shortage of time. Okay, no issue. I can explain you. See, we completed 6688 villages as of now. And you know, 81 lakh of UL pin numbers have created. You see, entire things are going through online only. Now, we crossed 3 lakh auto mutations. No need to go to any revenue office. Because of this capacity building, because of online subdivision system, every surveyor knows the latest technology. So, if you see the numbers, what are the benefits? Capacity building is basing on the benefits to the state. So, landholders benefited by default by updating their subdivisions, by updating their land records. For these 6,000 villages, it's more than they have to pay actually some crores of rupees. But at free of cost, government has done this. And 15.77, almost 16 lakh subdivisions have created. Okay, next. Okay. So only few things I would like to focus on this. It is useful to you, I think. Now we are focusing, apart from the what we did, and what we are focusing now, after completion of these many villages, now we are focusing how to utilize this data. That's why I asked in the previous session also, what are the benefits we are going to yield from the existing softwares, existing technologies. So now we need to get the benefit of this resurvey in the way of crop booking.
it is very easy to us to book the crop. As well, loss estimation during drought or cyclones. Now we are focusing to develop the capacity building on these subjects. So, end-to-end water flow, there is water, major irrigation, minor irrigation canals to the fields. Now, by using these technologies, we can use it for monitoring, managing, optimizing the water to the irrigation to the fields. So now this is the new capacity required to the staff. It's not a generic course addition to the our existing qualifications. It's the need of the hour. Next, marking of bore wells. See, there is a Water Act protecting environment, so on so. These are
one more minute.
Yes. So to implement these acts, we can easily find out the geo coordinates of each and every bore well or trees to protect. Next, the preparation of zonal development, as well as identification of feasible locations for industries. Land acquisition is the most important thing for any development. So it is very easy now after completion of the resurvey. So now we are focusing on the capacity building of the staff on these aspects. So I think all of you can understand that need based capacity building will yield results. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very brief. I'm very conscious of the fact that the time is already up. It's already 5:30 now. So I think whatever has been explained just now regarding the capacity building in the field of geospatial technologies, I think that's what I'll give an international perspective, and whatever you have just heard, I think we need to take it out also. And there is a whole global south looking at us. We have a very advanced geospatial infrastructure. We have forward-looking policies and also a commitment to global cooperation. And I think these are the things which we perhaps can utilize to take particularly our expertise in these fields outside India. And just to give an example, we were not actually dealing with Survey of India just a year ago. And it was an accidental discussion on the golf course with Mr. Hitesh Makwana, who is the Surveyor General. And we thought that why not we take it out, out of the country. And we started, dealing with different countries. And today, I wrote to our missions outside. And today, I think you can imagine that we have more than, 35 countries which we have active discussions on geospatial cooperation. And two MOUs have already been signed, one with Russia and the other one recently with Nigeria during the Prime Minister's visit. So that's, I think, something which we need to replicate also at with the other countries and at other levels also. And the different kind of applications you have already heard, I'm not going into that. It ranges from climate change to disaster management to survey of land to solutions, urbanization solutions, sustainable development. So applications are everywhere. Professor said that even in your socio-economic living and other things also, you can find some applications of geospatial technologies. And I think that's exactly we need to take out for to the global south and provide our leadership in this aspect. We have a program in the Ministry of External Affairs. It's called the ITEC program. And one of the institutions here, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, is already running certain programs. We provide full support, including, the travel grant, also the cost of training, everything is being met by the Ministry of External Affairs to provide, this training programs to the foreign participants. So I think I would urge the other institutions also to look at it. There is a process of empanelment of the institutions with the Ministry of External Affairs under the ITAC program. You can look at that, and the more and more institutes get enrolled into it, and the more courses we can offer, I think it would be good for us. I would call all of you to look at these possibilities, and in fact, discussions is already on with Surveyor General to one of the institutions which they have in Hyderabad to empanel that also under the ITAC program. So we will take it out more and more to the international audience, and as we go out, I think we will also help our industry to grow in this respect. And as you know, the market is growing. They say that it's going to be around $200 billion market by 2030, geospatial technologies alone. So there is a huge potential for us also. We are already the second largest exporter of geospatial services. I think we can be the first largest also, given the kind of potential which we have today. We have more than 250 startups in this particular sector. And I think that's the potential. We need to take it out to the other countries also. Similarly, we also need to learn from others. And we should also, imbibe whatever the best practices available all around the world. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much for inviting me, Survey General of India, Survey of India, and thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Thank you to our speakers. I think you have a very good sense. It's tough to summarize across, except to say that we are very fortunate that in India we have many institutes who are offering courses in geospatial engineering and geospatial technology, and are in fact among the leading providers of some of these. And that many of our states are using this. So I think we will hopefully become as big in geospatial as we are in IT and export it around the world. I think if there's any questions from here as to what you might require that you have not seen here, we're happy to take it. Otherwise, we will call it a day. Go ahead, please. Just introduce yourself. Loudly.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Dr. Gaurav Singh. I'm from Meghalaya. I'm taking care of remote sensing and GIS component for Meghalaya Basin Development Authority, as well as I'm technical specialist for Meghalaya State UAV and GIS Center. So since we are talking about capacity building, and I'm the alumni of IRS and IIT Roorkee, and I know, sir, it's difficult to everyone to take those courses online or off. In Meghalaya, in 2022, we have started the initiative of apprenticeship program. So in MBDA, what we are doing, we are selecting the youth of Meghalaya, and we train them twice in a year, and we recruit them also. On top of that, sir, we as a MBDA, which is the implementation agency of many EAPs, external audit projects like JICA, IFED, World Bank. So we are running those projects. So in those projects, we have so many villages. So in Meghalaya, we don't have village boundaries. So what we have done, we have taken one person from one village and we train them. We call that person VCF, Village Community Facilitator. And one person, we train them, and they do the work from the ground level, from the village level, and they give us the data. So till now, sir, we have trained more than 2,000 VCF, and also more than 4,000 villages we have demarcated the boundaries. And we call it project village boundary, not village boundaries. From GIS center, UAV center, we also using this apprenticeship program, and we have trained more than 70 people, and they are now pilot, DGC approved pilot, and our organization also applied for RPTO.
If you had a question, could you ask the question, please?
No, sir, no question. I was just telling that we were talking about this capacity building, so we have to train those local people, so
yes.
community also.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good. Otherwise, we will break for tea or whatever. Great. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to our eminent speakers and the chair for this most interesting ending to today's workshop, where we discussed not just the need for capacity building, but also various programs and initiatives that are currently being undertaken, as well as the way forward for capacity development aligned with the National Geospatial Policy. With that, may I request Srimati Bindu Manghat, Director, Survey of India, to felicitate our honorable delegates on the dais. Please felicitate Shri Adil Zainul Bhai, Chairman, Capacity Building Commission, and our session chair for today. Shri Mahavir Singhvi, Joint Secretary, NEST, Ministry of External Affairs, and our session co-chair for the day. Our panelists, Dr. Pramod Kumar, Dean, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. Professor K.S. Rajan, International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad. Dr. Kamal Jain from IIT Roorkee. Dr. M.K. Stalin, National Institute for Geoinformatics, Science and Technology, Survey of India. And Dr. N. Prabhakar Reddy, IES, Office of Chief Commissioner of Land Administration, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you so much, ma'am. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join us for a group photograph, please? Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Ms. Shweta Gupta, Superintending Surveyor, Survey of India, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to the end of today's most insightful national workshop on strengthening of geospatial ecosystem. On behalf of Survey of India, I take this opportunity to thank all the esteemed speakers, panelists, delegates, and organizers for their invaluable contribution in making this conference a success. Also, I extend special thanks to all those who have chosen to stay back till the end of this productive workshop. Very much thank you for your participation and patient hearing. Thank you.